Okay, can you see me? Okay. No, I found it. Okay. Thank you though. Can you hear me now? No, I found it. Okay. Thank you though. Okay, I can't hear you though. You're still muted on my screen. Switch to phone, leave computer
You're still
audio.
muted on my. Hi, can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you through my computer.
You're still muted.
My headphones. You know how to get onto the headphones?
Hearing you through my
settings.
Can we try to do one thing at a time? So first I want to assign you to the booth and then we figure out the headphones.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Pocket.
Okay, yes. Can you hear me? Hope everyone is doing good today. Let me know if I need to keep speaking. I want to make sure you can hear me today. Let me know if I need to keep speaking. Yes, Chuck. Yes, can you hear me? Hello, good morning. I can see everything as a host. Just wanted to say that. Let me read something. Okay, I'm gonna read the interpretation directions. To activate the interpretation to English, please click on the button with the globe called interpretation located at the bottom of the screen, then select English. Then underneath the language selection, click mute original audio to hear the translation in the correct language. If you do not mute original audio, the translation will not work. I can keep going.
That's what I want. See like somebody else's inbox.
That sounds great.
Yes. That's all the like.
And it won't be broadcast out until
Whatever.
you start the webinar. The Zoom webinar.
What they don't.
Right now.
How are you today?
Yeah, you can do this.
I think if I don't know if it's the cable or it's the HDMI, but the feed from camera one is bad.
I see that. Keeps there, but I don't know why. This is a new thing.
I think
I don't know if it's the cable. It shouldn't be the cable.
the port is good.
It is the.
Let's just hope
So-
it's not the port because
It is the.
sound. It is the port?
I think it's the.
It's the new Sony, right?
These, I know. Yeah, these are the new ones. So.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. These are the ones that
New ones, be very careful.
Wow.
Um,
No, still bad.
Can we get the camera one on?
Yes,
Now we have the signal. You heard it, right?
it's
great.
I'm kidding. It's not great.
not great. No.
Why is this?
Okay.
Why is this?
No, you're right.
The cable, but you can try the cable. Good, good. We haven't had one on this.
I'm Gary. I'll explain it.
These cables are new. Yeah, new, everything is new. We use it in 2 times. That's, yeah, that's it.
Okay, that was worse.
That's worse.
Yeah, now it's, yeah.
Green. Green is good. Better than black.
Do you have mini HDMI on it?
Mini HDMI in one different type.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just this. We have the BNC, that's the
Do you think it's over?
This is the power.
Sure. Okay, if nobody knows where you are, this. Send this to channel. Let me see why. Like, this is why, safe camera. Hello. Okay, we need to grab potential vehicles. But let's just reselect everything in the menu first. Let me just go back. Let's initialize, let's do factory settings and let's see what happens.
Oh, it's there?
I think it's that port. It's
Is it the port?
yeah.
It's the port. So it's not my fault.
Yeah.
I need to go 30 seconds. So it's the port on the data.
Yeah.
Right.
That's gonna be the plan internal.
Okay, hold on.
Setting close to the. At an angle from below.
Yeah.
Milioshuke, Chiltak, Milioshuke, Ansetik, Viniketik, Sebetik, Keremetik, Ta Kotolik, Buovelanik. Bone Hakvi, Leonardo Figueroa. Liquemont, Alta, Mesoamérica, Anahuac, México, Tenochtitlan. Nacalonta, Lenapehokin. Chiaptec, Tachivi, Tachavun, Ta, the New School. Colabal, Gemetik, Valamil, Geme, Castilik, Colabal, Duca, Velanik. I greet you in one of the indigenous languages of my ancestors. I am a mixed blood mestizo scholar who has dedicated his career to reclaim the indigenous heritage that was denied by the violent process of mestizaje. As a scholar who embodies the identity of colonizer and colonized, I carry within my heritage the responsibility to repair for the damages done by the ancestors who were carriers of the colonial project. But I also carry the honorable lessons of the ancestors that I now try to reclaim. And in doing so, it is an honor and a pleasure to be joined in this event by distinguished indigenous panelists who will share with us their wisdom concerning indigenous water ethics. Indigenous peoples are the most impacted by decisions made about our waterways. Indigenous original instructions embed in our languages and ancient stories. Ceremonies and rituals maintain, sustain, and protect biodiversity. Today, we will have two talking circles on topics of indigenous water ethics. Speakers will address the central roles of indigenous knowledges and indigenous governance as real solutions versus the false solutions that are propagated often by corporate and governance actors. They will connect indigenous water ethics to indigenous resurgence, sovereignty, self-determination, land rematriation, and decolonization. The intention is to foreground the work of reclamation that recenters the historical practices and leadership of indigenous peoples as indispensable governance and knowledge pathways to restoring ecosystem and achieving sustainability. International indigenous water statements and declarations that reflect this will be discussed in this session. On the right-hand side, you'll find a description in Spanish. Los pueblos indígenas son los más afectados por las decisiones que se toman sobre nuestras vías fluviales. Las instrucciones originales de los pueblos originarios se encuentran integradas en nuestras lenguas, historias, ceremonias y rituales ancestrales, los cuales mantienen y sostienen la biodiversidad. Tendremos dos círculos de conversación con líderes indígenas, uno a las 10 y uno a la 1:30. Los ponentes abordarán el papel central de los conocimientos indígenas y la gobernanza indígena como soluciones reales a los problemas de sostenibilidad, en oposición a las soluciones falsas propagadas por corporaciones, actores de mercado y algunas instituciones de gobernanza. Se relacionará en estos paneles la ética indígena del agua con el resurgimiento indígena, su soberanía, autodeterminación, la rematriación de las tierras y la descolonización. La intención es reivindicar las prácticas históricas y el liderazgo de los pueblos indígenas como vías indispensables de gobernanza y conocimiento para restaurar los ecosistemas y lograr la sostenibilidad. Se abordarán asimismo declaraciones internacionales indígenas respecto al agua. I will provide now instructions concerning interpretation. For online interpretation, to access it, please click on the icon of the globe, the colonized globe at the bottom of the Zoom panel in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and click on English if you need English. We thank our interpreter, our fabulous interpreter, Cassandra Smithis. En español, las instrucciones para la interpretación, si usted requiere interpretación hacia el español, oprima el símbolo del mundo abajo de su pantalla de Zoom, a la parte inferior de la pantalla, y oprima español. Damos gracias a nuestra intérprete Cassandra Smithis. From this point forward, ahora voy a dar now I'm going to provide instructions for in-person interpretation. Please place the earpiece in your ear if you're here in person. Turn the receiver on and adjust the volume. Please make sure to return the receiver at the conclusion of this panel. Even if you're coming back to the next panel, make sure to return it at the end of this panel and then pick it back up for the next panel. Please also turn off and mute your cell phones. Please see towards the center of the auditorium. Asimismo, en español, si usted requiere interpretación en español, colóquese el auricular en la oreja, prenda el receptor y ajuste el volumen. También asegúrese de devolver el receptor al final del panel. Si asistirá al segundo panel, por favor devuelva el receptor y recógelo cuando regrese para el siguiente panel. También apague o silencie sus celulares. y siéntese hacia el centro del auditorio. This event, from this point forward, I'll be speaking only in English, so please make sure to activate your interpretation. This event is being live streamed and recorded on YouTube via the Tishman Environment Design Center and via the Indigenous Environmental Networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch. Translation is only available in person and on the Zoom webinar. If you're tuning into the social media live stream and need English-Spanish interpretation, register to receive the Zoom link. We very enthusiastically thank the professional team of Red Dog for the live streaming work. Thank you. So now to officially start this event on Indigenous water ethics. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the new school is situated on the ancestral territory of the Lenni Lenape. This territory was and continues to be unceded Lenape land, which has been subject to dispossession by the settler colonialism of the United States. We're gathered in relation to New York City and the New School University, and as such, we must be held responsible as an institution for committing to actions towards a rematriation of territory. As we stand on Indigenous lands, we must honor, respect, and offer our care and gratitude to the land, water, air, and the elements that continue to hold us together through these turbulent times. I also want to recognize the connected histories and realities of Black and Indigenous oppression, genocide, colonialism, and trauma on this land. We must acknowledge that the settler colonial project and its institutions were founded both on the displacement of Indigenous peoples and the attempted erasure and genocide of their cultures, but also in the forced abduction of Black people from their ancestral lands to use their bodies for forced labor. Also, we must acknowledge that we speak from the core of global capitalist empire, whose dominance is enabled by histories of imperialism and neo-imperialism built on land dispossession, land grabs, displacements, and forced migrations of peoples to whom justice is still due. Beyond verbal recognition, I call upon all of us, including our institutions and organizations, to make real and material commitments to confront and dismantle the legacies of colonialism, white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, systemic racism, and to fulfill our responsibilities in bringing about decolonization, land rematriation, reparations, and liberation. I want to thank our co-organizers and co-sponsors, fundamentally, of course, our co-organizing partners, the Indigenous Environmental Network, through Mona Polaka and Tom Goldtooth. I also want to thank Dr. Darlene Sanderson from the University of Northern British Columbia and Dr. David John Groenfeld from Water Culture Institute. From the New School team, I want to thank the Environmental Policy and Sustainability Management Program, the Tishman Environment Design Center, and the Schools of Public Engagement. Laura Lagner in particular for the hard work, Kate Tooley, Tima Lewis, Andrian Perovich, Cameron Harbin, Tibna, Kira, Lisa, Daphne, Zaina, Constance, Orpheus, Mark. And if I did not mention you, I apologize. For the morning panel, we will first have a spiritual grounding led by Tom Goldtooth and Mona Polaka, followed by a talking circle with presentations by Mona, Tom, Dr. Darlene Sanderson, David John Groenfeld, Roberto Mucaro Borrero, Raúl Tinerao, and I will be serving as commentator. I ask you to join us also for the second panel with Sydney Hill, Dr. Darlene Sanderson, David John Groenfeld, Lynn Morrison, Betty Lyons, and I will provide a commentary as well. As many declarations, Indigenous declarations of water declare, in this case, Indigenous Peoples Kyoto Water Declaration, we, the Indigenous peoples from all parts of the world, are assembled here, reaffirm our relationship to Mother Earth and responsibility to future generations, to raise our voices in solidarity, to speak for the protection of water. We were placed in a sacred manner on this earth, each in our own sacred and traditional lands and territories, to care for all creation and to care for water. It is well known that Indigenous peoples, being a minority of the world's population, not more than 6%, retain within their territories 80% of the world's biodiversity. Now, what it's not often discussed as much is the extent to which Indigenous peoples are overrepresented in water struggles. Approximately 82% of conflicts involving Indigenous peoples are related to water. Approximately 82% of Indigenous conflicts involving approximately 82% of conflicts involving Indigenous peoples are related to water. As you can see from the graph on the upper right-hand side, Indigenous peoples are disproportionately represented in all water-related conflicts. Also, Indigenous peoples' water resources are disproportionately impacted by extractive projects of the conventional type, such as fossil fuels, mining, and other such projects, but also so-called green projects like hydroelectric dams, biofuels, large-scale industrial solar and wind farm transitions. Some of these projects are water-intensive on-site or because of their supply chains of resource materials and waste flows. So indigenous water-related impacts are worse in conflicts involving indigenous peoples, concerning surface water pollution, groundwater pollution, desertification, drought, large-scale disturbance of geological and hydrological systems, and reduced ecological and hydrological connectivity. As we know, indigenous peoples are also disproportionately represented in overall environmental justice conflicts. Indigenous peoples are involved in 40% of all environmental justice conflicts, even though they represent only 6% of the global population. Throughout the world, as throughout North America, whether it be in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, Canadian tar sands oil, Tech Frontier tar sands oil mine, Northern Gateway oil pipeline, Energy East oil pipeline, and a number of many other projects like Line 3 and the expansion of oil pipelines, indigenous peoples are at the forefront of resistance protecting water bodies against continuation of petromarket civilization. Now, to quote Mona Polaka, who's here to join us as I pass over the mic, all over the world, and let me mention that this quote is from a beautiful book that I invite everybody to pick up and read, The Indigenous Message on Water, that was produced as a result of the Indigenous World Water Forum on Water and Peace in 2014, which includes many of our panelists as co-authors. All over the world, there are human beings who have not separated themselves from the land and from nature. Indigenous cultures have an unbroken chain that extends back to the time when our ancestors first settled on the continent. For thousands of years, we lived on this continent and it remained much as it was in the beginning under our care. We have utilized the knowledge passed down to our ancestors. Mona shares with us that she has been taught that reverence for the life-giving elements, the water, air, fire, and earth, is the key to our very existence in this world. Water is acknowledged as the first foundation of life in the teachings of her mother, a member of the Havasupai, the people of the blue water. When you come upon water, it is in its natural state, she told her. You approach it with respect. You introduce yourself to this holy divine element. Take time to pay respect to water, for water gives life. We live inside water for 9 months in our mother's womb, then we follow the water into this world. It is sacred. We depend on the water for the rest of our life. Water is sacred. Water is life. And it is unsurprising that because of these teachings, such as those of Tzotzil Maya people and the concept of Lekil Kushlechal, Ichel Tamuk, to dignify life and to live the good life, indigenous peoples understand the role as water protectors. From Standing Rock to struggles by Berta Cáceres, led by Berta Cáceres and the Lenca people against the Agua Zarca Dam, indigenous peoples fighting the dams in Belo Horizonte and many other parts of the world. These are the lessons, the indigenous ethics that inform Horizonte and resiliency and autonomy of indigenous resistance. I will now pass it on to Tom Goldtooth and Mona, who will carry us forward in this talking circle.
Oh. Haumedakeape. In our Dakota language, that means recognizing you as my relatives all of you, no matter where you come from. As humanity, as human beings, you are relatives at this moment. So how we talk here. Empetu kide chante washteya iyuha na pe chiyuzapado. That's a greeting in our Dakota way. From the goodness of our heart, we shake your hand. I shake all of your hand. We want to be able to open our minds today from all the speakers that are here, to be able to have an open heart, open mind on the blessings of what we all gathered here at the United Nations and in this session over water and what water of life means to all of us. So in our way of our Dakota, we say, Hachana washte, good morning. And on my Dene Navajo mom, we say, Yat bene, means good morning. So in all of our ways throughout my travels throughout the world, I've met many people of many cultures that have a greeting, recognizing a new day. So I'm glad to be here, to stand before you. And I want to thank one of our partners that we begin working with our Indigenous Water Ethics Program that is the speaker this morning. Our partner is the Water Culture Institute, helping us to develop a campaign that is going to be working from the center and the heart of Indigenous peoples. But part of the project is to work and challenge water policy decision makers in the jurisdictions near our lands, in the nation states, regionally on a global level, at the local level, because that's where we need change. And we also thank the Environmental Policy and Sustainability Management Program here at the New School for hosting us. Thank you, Leo, and your program, the New School, all the faculty heads that are in the back. I'm joking. But also, it's really good to be here. We, as the Indigenous Environmental Network, have been looking forward to this moment, and all the people who are listening in virtually. We thank you for spending some time to be with us. My name is Tom Goldtooth. I'm the Executive Director of the Indigenous Environmental Network. I come from the center of the universe, Minnesota, known as Minnesota, and Lakota Chaje Matho Awayakapi Mie. For those that are listening of the Lakota, I introduced myself with my Indian name. So just a little brief. We are the Indigenous Environmental Network. We were established in 1990 by tribal members, community-based, grassroots of what we call sometimes in the United States, Indian country. But we have our own identification as Indigenous peoples. Each one will introduce themselves and identify themselves. But we are youth and elders, women's societies, working all together in a time in the early 1990s when the data that was coming out was that racism existed here in the United States, when federal laws around protection of our waters and our air, toxic pollution, etc., did not recognize at the level that they were working with white communities, did not recognize the need to build capacity of our indigenous tribal nations, as well as people of color communities. So environmental racism existed that brought together all of us, Indigenous, Black, people of color, to organize a systems change in the way that this country addresses environmental protection and environmental health. So the foundation of our Indigenous environmental network is a spiritual foundation. That was what we always were reminded of by our spiritual leaders. When you work for the environment on water, on air, the soil of Mother Earth, but also the abuse of the fire, like toxic waste incinerators. On these elements, they're spiritual. That they said, Tom and the others, this is spiritual work. So that's what guides us. So we do use the medicine wheel concept, our traditional values. So we were born recognizing, yes, we're born of struggle, but we're also born of hope, of courage, and a common vision that you will hear today. So you will hear the term Indigenous water ethics. So this is establishing a fundamental ethical principles for managing water and water governance that are environmentally sustainable, economically responsible, socially just, and action-oriented, that recognizes Indigenous sovereignty, not only of the North, but in the global South, that recognizes Indigenous jurisprudence, Indigenous jurisdictional authority. Our inherent relationship jurisprudence is a terminology we're using within that circle of rights of nature movement. Indigenous principles of just transition and traditional Indigenous knowledge. The aim is a water-secure world for Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples in recognizing our United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the territorial integrity and rights of Mother Earth, nature, and waters. So where I come from in my homeland in Minnesota, what we recognize and are restoring and strengthening along with our brothers and sisters of the Anishinaabe peoples, the Algonquin-speaking peoples of the Great Lakes, is the important role of our women as the keepers of the water. And our men are the keepers of the fire. Very important. So we had asked our sister Clara Sorenhawk from the Lenape to be here to provide a spiritual grounding and recognition of her people in these homelands. Unfortunately, she was a little under the weather this morning and had to pull back, so we can think of her in our prayers for her well-being. We have asked another sister if she can come up. Tamara Archie, come here from all the way from British Columbia. So she's going to provide a grounding for us of the importance of the spiritual values of water. And she's going to introduce herself. So.
Pardon me. Tamara Archie and Squax. Stoakum Heitlum not the Staquin, to come some Moon, coming to Sapam, Elder Elkswin, as Wilkman. My name is Tamara Archie. I come from the Kinner Creek, Dog Creek communities of the Secwepemc Nation. I live in Kamloops, British Columbia. and I work for an organization, Komita Sakwam. And I just want to hold my hands up to the traditional territory that we stand on here today. And I want to, first, I'm going to lead you through a breathing exercise, and we'll do four rounds of that. And then I'm going to sing the Women's Warrior Song, which was given to us by the Statlium Nation. And then we'll begin. And so when we do this breathing exercise, what I want you to do, and everyone online join in, we're going to take a deep breath in, but when you take that deep breath in, feel the energy, from the Creator, God. Feel that connection going up when you're breathing in. And then when you're breathing out, I want you to feel that energy ground you here to the land and to wherever you are. And so we'll start that. We'll do 4 breaths. No, you're welcome. You can stand if you wish, or stay seated. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Deep breath in. And then out. In. And out. In. And out. In. And out. And feel that connection to the earth and to each of us in this room and to those joining online. And I'm going to sing again 4 verses of the song, and it's very easy, so you're welcome to join in and sing in with me. Hey, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yah, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yo, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yo, hey, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yah, oh, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yo, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yo, hey, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yah, oh, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yo, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yo, hey, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yah, oh, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yo, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yo, hey, hey, hey. Yah-hee-yah, oh, yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yah, oh, hey. Yah-hee-yah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Our women have that power and that spirit whenever we talk about water, including all the elements of life, very important to us. In all the indigenous cultures that I've met, including, for an example, the Khoisan people in South Africa. In my travels, we all have that foundation on the respect of Winchimaka, Grandmother Earth, Mother Earth. So now I turn over this side event, to our lead coordinator, of our Indigenous Water Ethics Initiative. This Indigenous Water Ethics program is new. We started this last spring. So we've asked Mona Palaka to help start us out with this. And Mona is not new to this work, however. She came to us already with experience and teachings that she grew up with, but also being a co-secretariat of the Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace. They've been here to the Permanent Forum of the UN for many years to lift up our Indigenous water articulation in our issues. And she is also one of the members of the International Council of the 13 Indigenous Grandmothers. So Mona, if you can come up, and thank you.
Maybe I'll go ahead and use this because if I stand behind that podium, you probably won't see me. First of all, I'd like to greet each and every one of you. Good morning, good day, as well as to give thanks to the good Creator for giving us this beautiful day, for giving us this holy divine creation, this holy Mother Water, and this air we breathe, and the sun that came our way again, and our Mother Earth that we're walking upon and we live off of. My name is Mona Palaka, and as Tom mentioned, I work with the Indigenous Environmental Network with the Indigenous Water Ethics Initiative. I come from, on my mother's side, I come from the Havasupai people, the people of the blue-green water, down at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And the way I was told was that all my life I've been raised to have a relationship with the water, the way my mother told me. That we had to be very careful with it, that we must take care of it. It takes care of us. It gives life. It can take life. Those were the things she told me. We must also respect and honor all of the life forms that live in the water. She said, those are our relatives. And that was the way I was raised, to always honor and respect the life that lived within the waters. She said, these waters, we only see what's on the surface, but then it goes deep within Mother Earth as well. And we must honor and respect it. And so that's the teaching I come from with the water. As well as that teaching that the water is our first foundation of life because we live within Mother Water, within our mother's womb, where we developed and grew and became into this world. And ever since then, we've been using this water in our everyday life. Each one of us this morning, when we got up, we went to the water. We used it in some way, maybe washed. Maybe we took a drink of it. We used it to maybe prepare a beverage, coffee, tea, something like that. But we have this relationship with this water. She said, when you come upon the water, you introduce yourself to it. You approach it. in a respectful manner. She said, you walk up to it, you put your fingers into it, introduce yourself to it, and let it know what you're going to do with it. You don't just run over there and jump into it. You approach it. After you've done that, then you can go ahead and use the water in whatever way you intend to use it. And so those are the kind of teachings I come from. On my father's side, I come from the Hopi and Tewa. The Hopi people, the Tewa people, they live in northern Arizona up in the mesas. And that's like a desert land. They don't have running rivers, lakes, or streams. They do have aquifers. They do have little springs that they rely on. But the most important thing that they rely on is their spiritual connection to the water through their prayers, through their ceremonies. And so I was told that whenever you go somewhere, whenever you're going to pray with the water, I was told what you do is you take some of that water and you sprinkle it in the direction of our homeland over there, with a thought, with a prayer that water's going to travel in the air and it's going to come over there in the form of rain, because they're calling it, they're praying for it. And so sure, that rain's going to travel over there. It's going to water their gardens, their plant life, their corn, their squash, their tobacco, their fruit, their animals. It's going to help them, bless them that way. So I was given those instructions. The other instructions I was given was that my mother, she told me, you're not in this world for nothing. You have a purpose. You have a purpose. And always remember that whatever you say, whatever you do, it has an effect on us. Your immediate family, your extended family, your tribal community, the larger tribal community, all through our Turtle Island, and then all around the world, and all the way up to the universe. Whatever you do, he said, you must pay attention to how you do things. And so those words to me have been my guiding force. She told me that, she said, you can go anywhere in the world, and wherever you go in the world, there's going to be this water. And she said, you must pray with it. You must talk with it. You must mention us, your family, your people. You must do that. That way things will be good. That way things will be good for us, our people. She told me, speak for our people. Be a voice for the people. You know what to say, you know what to do. She's telling me this, but I didn't think I knew what to say. I didn't think I knew what to do. But then I realized that she was telling me what to say. She was telling me what to do. But not only her, but other relatives, other elders that shared their wisdom, their knowledge with me. Took me under their arm and let me walk with them, be with them. And so I want to pay homage and respect to those people, my elders, the ones that were here before me, that said a few words to me and encouraged me to continue on this walk of life in this way. Over the years, for some reason, and I told this uncle of mine, I told him, I said, I don't know why, but it seems like everywhere I go, it seems like the water comes and it seems like there's floods. And he laughed and he told me, you have to pray with it. And so it was at that time that I was given the honor to become a water woman in ceremony and pray with the water, to bring the water in and to sit with it and pray. And he told me that was what I was supposed to do. And so that's what I do in my practice, my spiritual practice and belief. And so one day I noticed that there were some changes in the way our river flows. The Colorado River, that's where I'm from. The Colorado River Indian tribe. And then also I became connected to my Hopi elders who were also talking about the impacts of coal mining that was occurring on the Hopi reservation and how their sacred spring the level was dropping, and they were concerned about it because they rely on the spring for their ceremonial waters, as well as using it in their home use. And so I thought that I needed to be involved and step forward. And so what I did then was somehow, I don't know how, but somehow I met my colleague here, Dr. Darlene Sanderson, and we started talking about this water. She said, we need to have a Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace. And she said, we need to go to the United Nations and do this. And so I joined her in that. And we formed this Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace. We invited Tom Goldtooth to join us, and there were other Indigenous representatives from India, from Vanuatu, from the Cook Islands, from the Global South, and Canada, Aotearoa, New Zealand. And we developed this plan that we were going to begin to bring this intervention to the United Nations Permanent Forum. And we made our effort to come here. We didn't have any money. We just went ahead and came. Darlene said, I only have $200. I said, that's okay, come anyway. And we came. She said, we don't have any place to stay. I said, that's okay, don't worry about it. And we came. And fortunately, we had friends around here that I called, and they let us stay at their house. But what we did was we drafted our first intervention for the call for a World Forum on Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace. Everybody told us, it's not going to happen. You're not going to be heard. You're not going to get your intervention in. There's all these other interventions in there already. We went ahead and lobbied. We stood in the court, the food court, and we met various Indigenous people from all over the world and approached them, talked to them about it, shared the intervention. And they would listen, and then they would sign on to it. By the time we finished, we had over 30 Indigenous NGOs sign on to it. The next step was to take it to the UN and have them go ahead and have it put on the agenda to be presented at the permanent forum. Everybody told us you're not going to get it in there. Too late. We went over to the office where they make the agenda or the schedule. And we went there and we told them we had this intervention that we needed to present. They said, no, there's no way you can do it. It's all full. We got all these interventions. You're not going to be able to do it. And Darlene said to them, but it's important. And the lady said, well, everybody's intervention is important. And she said, no, it's really important because it's about water. Isn't water important to you? And the lady said, yes. Darlene said, put it on the agenda. And she put it on the agenda. And we were able to present our intervention at the first UN Permanent Forum that we attended. And every year after that, we would come. We still didn't have any money, but we always had a place to stay. People would take care of us. And we would always present the intervention. It took about 7 years before we finally got the intervention in the final report of the permanent forum. And about maybe 2 years later, at the permanent forum, they dedicated half a day to water. And we really weren't satisfied with that, but we were glad that it was finally put into the agenda. And so when we heard that this UN water conference was taking place, it was a very heartfelt celebration for us. That there was going to be some discussion about water at this level. And I know that, it's been about 44 years since the UN has had any conference on water. And so this is kind of like a drop in the bucket. But then we believe that all of the effort, the time, energy, the prayers that have been made by our ancestors, as well as all of our people here today throughout the world that have made these efforts to bring forward the concern that we have about the water. And so I'm very, very grateful that we have an opportunity here to present our work. But also, during this time, there was also the Indigenous Water Summit that took place through the International Indian Treaty Council. And so we're grateful that we can have a chance to go ahead and have this presented so that those of you that are here present and those of you out there listening virtually, that perhaps in some way you could support it. And the way that I believe and the way that I was told was that whenever we do something like this as Indigenous people, it's not just a document that we're putting out there. It is a declaration when we're talking about something like the water. It's a declaration that comes from within Mother Earth to the surface, on up into the sky, and all the way up to the universe. And we believe in that natural law. That's why we do the ceremonies. That's why we do the prayers, because we believe in the natural law. And when we make a declaration, that declaration is all the way to the universe. And so my prayer, my message is that in this sacred relationship that we all share and being all related through this water, that we make this a reality, that consideration be given to keeping our water clean and safe for all of life. So I just want to say that much here right now, and thank you very much. So now we're going to have our colleague here and the partner of the Indigenous Environmental Network, the Water Culture Institute Director, David Grenfeld. He's going to talk about water ethics. And we have been working with him for a number of years and discussing water ethics. And so we're going to go ahead and have him go ahead and talk a little bit about it. Thank you.
As he's getting ready, when we started this whole initiative, we bumped into David, and he was speaking to water ethics to a lot of non-native people, Europe, researchers, academic. In the World Water Forum, their message is water importance of water ethics and water policy with water ministers, policy ministers, gave no attention to the importance of ethics and water policy. Was intriguing. So in meeting David, we came together because to us, water ethics is traditional Indigenous knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. Good morning. How's the sound? Can you hear me? So I'm not going to go into a lengthy discussion of water ethics, but it's going to be an introduction to water ethics. And the way I look at ethics is it's guidance for behavior, guidance for action. So it's where the rubber meets the road, where it's a practical relationship between identifying what we hold important, what our values are about water, and then thinking through, anticipating how we want to use the water and asking the question, is that ethical? Or is there a better way of using the water? And you take into an extreme, you're stymied in not being able to do anything at all because it sort of shuts down the decision-making machinery. But taken in a moderate way, it offers an opportunity to check in with our values whenever we come in contact with water. So I like to distinguish between environmental, economic, social, cultural, governance, those 5 domains, which I'll be mentioning some more. And that becomes a kind of a checklist. So what's the likely impact on the environment? Is it going to be economically sustainable? Is it consistent with our cultural values? Is it consistent with our governance values? So it's easier to look at some real cases and see what I'm talking about. Water and ethics and just about everything else has a cultural context. That's what we like about traveling to other places. It's new because the culture is different. Water in the US has become known as the most important resource that climate change is affecting. But that notion of resource is debatable. I like the quotes from some of the indigenous people that water is not a resource, it's the source. It's the source of the benefits that we need for living. In Sri Lanka, water has a more relational value. That the tanks, that's an historic tank there in Anuradhapura. The tanks are constructed to impound water for having it available and to relating to it. It's like part of the family. In the water conference that we have been involved in New York, the standard approach to kind of good use of water has become identified with IWRM, Integrated Water Resource Management. And in talking about ethics, I think it's useful to consider how is an ethical approach different from, or how does it compare with an IWRM approach? And it occurred to me that in integrated water resources management, it's all about how to divide up the water into not necessarily the most efficient, but into kind of an optimal arrangement. So to address everybody's needs, and that's how you decide if you're a stakeholder or not. Are you in the picture? And the way IWRM works, it seems to me, is it starts with the water, quantity of water, and asks the question, how can we best divide that up to meet all the needs that stakeholders feel that they have? Whereas ethics starts with your values and asks the question, what are our values that we want to apply in the way we use water? And you work towards consensus about values, because ultimately you need consensus if you're managing water. In both IWRM and ethics. But in the ethics world, the process of finding consensus among diverse stakeholders, farmers, city dwellers, for example, environmentalists, corporate people, it challenges the status of the way water is being used now and creates what's called an ethical space. That it provides a pause that you can use to be deliberate about how the water is being used. And this leads to the indicators of healthy water culture. I named my institute Water Culture Institute because water and culture are so intertwined. And the core principles that I'll talk about this afternoon briefly when we talk about the Water Ethics Charter. The core principles are sustainability. This is very consistent with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Environmental flow, social justice, cultural diversity, transparent and democratic governance. Or you can go a little further to animal justice, river justice, rights of rivers, multifunctionality, reuse, precautionary principle, the concept of the commons. But these things change. If you look at American water ethics in 1960, pollution was accepted as normal. And now pollution is considered normal, but not desirable. So we're not there yet we still accept far too much pollution as we're normalizing the terrible ethics of the 1960s and 70s. But we are at a juncture where things have gotten so bad water-wise that we need to kind of clamp down on our ethics. And the 5 dimensions, which I like to include to make sure that we are thinking of all the important considerations, are environmental values, economic values, social values, cultural values about identity, meaning, and kind of psychological, spiritual grounding of water, and governance values, which the governance part is easily forgotten. And it connects ethics with policies and laws. And this poster is inspired by a water lawyer in Egypt who likes to say that policies and laws sail on a sea of ethics. And the kinds of issues that we face often in our everyday life, you look at the wasteful fountain in Las Vegas and ask, if you were water, would you want to be part of that fountain? Or would you want to be producing food for somebody to eat? And processing copper ore is a more challenging one for me, because especially now with electric cars, we need copper. But the question is, how do we get it, and what precautions do we take to refine copper in a way that is least harmful to the natural world? And what about irrigating alfalfa for livestock, which is the way water is used? I would say a majority of water in the Southwest is used for alfalfa and cotton, neither of which should really be growing there because they're so water intensive. There's an intellectual context of water ethics that traces it back to the Rio Charter, Earth Charter in 1992, the Sustainable Development Goals that we have now, and some more kind of targeted sets of goals like water integrity, which is anti-corruption, water stewardship, rights of natures. And when we operationalize water ethics, we want to identify and map values, reach a working consensus about what the values are, document them into a statement, a charter, which we'll talk about later on in the afternoon session, and apply the principles and values to decision-making about water, because ultimately this is about how to make better decisions about water. And then you want to monitor how is it going, resolve conflicts, and maybe go back and look at a template. I like this template of values because you have the 5 domains of values that I pull out as being particularly useful in water. And then look at different uses of water for ecosystem services, agriculture, urban wastewater management, industrial water use, and think about what's environmental, social, cultural, governance, and economic about each of those water uses. And you kind of stretch, it's like doing a mental exercise. You stretch your thinking about what water can be used for and what are better and worse uses of water. Okay, that's just a little glimpse of what water ethics is. And I'll visit back with you this after lunch to talk about a water ethics charter concept. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yeah, we're here to talk about water ethics. And in thinking about that, when we talk about Indigenous water ethics, we say that's based on our original instructions, the instructions that our ancestors were given when they first came into this world, the origins that we come from were instructions on how to live in this world and how to take care of it, and that we had made a promise, a sacred covenant with the Creator who gave us permission to live here and had provided everything for us that we needed in order to live here on this Mother Earth. And so we come speaking from that perspective. When we talk about water ethics from an Indigenous worldview, we rely on the teachings and the sharing of Indigenous knowledge that has been continuously passed down from time immemorial. We do not have scholarly scripts. The world's religions, many of them have these scholarly scripts. We as Indigenous people, we do not have those. We go to a place, to the water, and we receive teachings. You might find our messages written on the rocks. The symbols that are there are teachings for us to follow, to walk a good life in balance. And so I'd like to present to you Dr. Darlene Sanderson, the co-secretariat of the Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace, and as well as faculty of Northern University of British Columbia.
And say, "Oh, Kanachi. My ancestry is Cree, and I want to express my deepest respect for the Lenape and the Shinnecock people on whose sacred territory we are situated on. My mom's side is Cree from northern Manitoba, and my father's the late father Michael was Duke of Boer Russian. And I'm really blessed to live on Lake Tenay territory right now, which is otherwise known as Prince George in British Columbia. And I just want to, I guess, want to acknowledge all of the people here, each and every one of you, all of your ancestors, all of the places that you come from, all of your places of origin and your sacred springs. I also want to acknowledge Tom and Mona for Indigenous Environmental Network for inviting me to come here. And I also want to acknowledge the new school and all of the team that worked so hard to put this together. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about my doctoral work, which was about listening to what elders have to say about water and some of the key principles which I've been invited to share. So the earth is our mother and provides everything that we need to live, as Mona said. We understand that she's a living entity and the greatest teacher. We need to bring forward the teachings, values, and practices that have maintained and sustained balance for the last 10,000 years in order to inform modern day water policies. So those teachings, values, and practices and Indigenous ethics have been a way of, in terms of our relationship with water, have kept us in balance with nature. This is northern Manitoba, and as you can see, there's lots of water there. And the elders teach that water is sacred in all of its forms, whether it's rain, snow, from the very first raindrop that comes down onto the mountain as it tumbles down through the mountains and goes out into the sea. And then this cycle of water is also the cycle of life. It's something that we all depend on. We also understand that there are subterranean lakes and rivers that join all of the continents, and there's oceans deeply held within the earth. And there's also water in the atmosphere and in the soil and in the cosmos. These are the elders that I learned from for my work. I spent time with a 110-year-old Cree elder. His name was the late Peter O'Cheese, the late Gideon McKay, and also the late Sandy Beardy from Cross Lake, Manitoba. On the lower right side is the late Huirangi Waikiripuru, Maori elder from Aotearoa, and also the late Simon Lucas, who is New Chelmsford from West Coast Vancouver Island. So, like Mona said, that we don't have scripts, we have sharing of stories, and some of those stories are really ancient. Like our creation story, there was nothing but water when, like every Indigenous nation that I spent time with, we all have our own creation stories. Water was the very first thing. Kogi people talk about how water is identity and water is memory. And Tommy Monias, who's Cree, said to us, "Who are you and where do you come from?" And I'd like to invite each and every one of you to think about who you come from 500 years ago. I think a lot of the kids in schools these days identify the hospital that they were born. And my son was born in Aotearoa, but he's not Maori. So Huirangi also said, "From whose descending waters do you flow?" And, you know, in our language, that's the question that we ask. Where are your sacred waters of origin? And also we have songs, ceremonies, and rituals that are from our places of origin. We understand that there are water spirits and that we want to pay recognition and respect and reverence for them. So water is life. It's also fundamental to spirit. And in our language, it's related to the afterlife. The word nipi is also in the word for the afterlife, for, you know, the spirit world. And when we see the northern lights, we understand that our ancestors are with us. I feel like I don't do anything on my own, that all of my ancestors are like folk around me. This is a photograph from space, and you can see that the water is the lifeblood of Mother Earth. It's like capillaries. I was also trained to be a cardiac nurse, and the elders encouraged me to go back to school to learn more about my culture, to understand that my responsibility is also to care for Mother Earth, the lifeblood of Mother Earth. There's also similarities you can see trees and also to the veins and arteries that you would see in a leaf. Water is sacred, water is life, water is the natural element of the universe. These elements are regarded as sacred, and water is a treasure, a gift from the Creator. So if we're all made of water, each and every one of you are a gift from Creator. So our teachings about water also teach us about respect and love and compassion for not only for ourselves, but for each and every person. So it teaches about peace. Water was seen to be our first medicine. The late Gideon McKay said that when we go to the water for purification, I've been privileged to go with IEN to Taipei, Taiwan, where there was an opportunity for people from different faith traditions to come together. And each one of those faith traditions had water ceremonies. And one of the elders also said that no one religion is greater or lesser than the other. It's like the circle. We're all part of the same circle of life. Water is essential for the beginning of life. It needs to be respected. And so our reproduction would not be possible without the eggs and the sperm, which of course is carried in water. And as Mona spoke about before, we are cradled in water before we're born. Many cultures sing to their babies before they're born. And those songs are very spiritual. When you're putting out songs into the universe, we could pray for the unborn. And in our tradition, we pray for 7 generations to come. So when we were born, this is one thing that, of many things that I learned from Mona, is when we're born, our waters come first, and we take that breath of air. That's that connection between the first waters and then the air that we breathe. Our parents bring us closer to the fire, and in time we learn to walk on Mother Earth. So these are the 4 elements. Water is the most sacred. Water gives life to all of our foods and medicines, so our traditional medicines are dependent on water and clean water. We have to take care of it. Wirangi Waikiripuru said that water is the physical form of the spirit, so we are all spiritual beings. When we're born, we are more than 80% water, and as we come closer to the end of our life, we have less water in our bodies. We come closer to the physical afterlife. Indigenous elders know how to care for water, the headwaters and the springs. And the late Peter Ochi said we must protect the source. And that's not just one source, it's every source. So Indigenous laws and teachings are really not just for Indigenous peoples, but they're for everybody. There are places that are so sacred that they're not for people to walk on. And we must understand and protect our relationship to the oceans, respect the sea. The World Water Forum really focuses on fresh water, but again, we need to really protect all aspects of water. The ocean is a sacred mat of the world, and in our language, it's the same in Cree as it is in Maori, that is seen to be the sacred mat. Tatika Matayapo from Rarotonga said, water connects us all. I know my time is getting short here. So who are you and where do you come from is again part of our identity, and we are all connected by water and to all living things. Indigenous laws means upholding our teachings about the sacred relationship we hold with the Creator. And I think a lot of people feel kind of frightened by what is Indigenous law. It might take something away from them. But in contrast, Indigenous law is an opportunity for hope for the future. Traditional Native laws are based on the laws of nature, and if we reclaim them through our language and cultural education, and we have some young people here from Sequatma who are very inspiring to me. They're really grabbing hold of those traditional teachings, And I really want to put my hands up to the young people that are doing that. So all people in all of life will enjoy better health and well-being, and clean water will be available to everyone if those traditional teachings and laws are practiced. And if we have the opportunity to have decisions that are made about water guided by our elders and traditional knowledge keepers, then water can be healthy once again. I think we all have the responsibility. It's like the drop in the bucket. We have our own circle of friends and family, and we can all make a difference and take responsibility to ensure that water is clean and pure for future generations. So that's my presentation for today, and I really thank you for listening. Echo Sunny.
Thank you, Darlene. We have a nice, good sister from the Amazon who is to speak from the Global South. Marie Luce. Oh, let her introduce. You might want to put your headsets on. We'll be having translation.
Buenos días a todas y todos. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer a los organizadores, al hermano también que me invitó. Estoy contenta. Quiero compartir un poco como pueblo indígena Cucama, Cucamiria. Yo vengo de Perú, desde la Amazonía, de Río Marañón. Presido una organización de mujeres, Cucama, Cucamiria. Nosotras como mujeres nos organizamos por una gran necesidad. Ya estamos más de 30 años defendiendo nuestra Amazonía, nuestros ríos, nuestra madre naturaleza, por muchas amenazas que llegan a nuestra Amazonía. Las petroleras nos han dañado mucho nuestros ríos, nuestros peces, nuestras plantas y nuestra salud. Nos están matando lentamente porque nuestra población está enfermándose mucho y no tenemos respuesta de atención en lo que es tema de salud ni educación. Nuestros gobiernos y las empresas que están trabajando no les importa. Nosotras, las mujeres, somos fuertes, nos juntamos para decir basta. Nosotras, las mujeres, estamos defendiendo primero hacíamos las protestas, los reclamos a nuestras autoridades. Y con nuestra población entre hombres y mujeres. Pero por eso estoy denunciada de mi país, de mi gobierno. Pero eso no me da temor. Eso me da más fuerzas para decir basta de tanta maldad, tanta discriminación, tanto abuso, tanto racismo. Nos quieren hacer desaparecer. Ahora estamos viviendo una crisis política muy fuerte. A nuestros hermanos indígenas nos están matando por reclamar nuestros derechos colectivos. Nuestros hermanos andinos ahora están ya casi 70 muertos por reclamar nuestros derechos a la madre naturaleza, a la salud, a la educación, a los servicios básicos. Nosotras como organización de mujeres hemos presentado 4 demandas de amparo a nuestro gobierno peruano. Últimamente, hace 2 años hemos presentado una demanda de amparo en defensa de nuestro río Marañón, porque estamos pidiendo que nuestro río Marañón sea considerado como sujeto de derecho. Porque para el pueblo Cucama, nuestro río es el corazón de la vida. Es muy sagrado. Los ríos es como nuestro padre. Y nuestra madre naturaleza, las mujeres nos semejamos a la tierra, a la madre naturaleza. Porque el significado de nosotras es Ku, chakra, tierra. Kama es la teta que alimentamos a nuestros hijos. Y por eso es fundamental defender a nuestra madre naturaleza, a la tierra. Para nosotras, el río es muy sagrado porque tenemos familias debajo del agua. Creo que me hicieron, ya es hora. Tengo mucho que explicar, pero ya es hora, respeto. Muchas gracias, muchísimas gracias.
It's Glee. Thank you so much for being here. My thoughts and my prayers are with you and all of the relatives there that you mentioned. And I'd like to go ahead and pass this on to our good relative, Roberto Vieiro, who is going to talk to you about the Indigenous Declaration on Water that was adopted just this past, that was adopted by many Indigenous groups to present this as to the UN Water Conference. Go ahead.
Egwe dituno kena datia ono diri mukaro agwebana oriken tangino daka kawaidaka kawaidaka kawaidaka. Just wanted to give a greeting in my own indigenous language, my Taino language, just to introduce myself, my indigenous name, Mukaro Agwebana. I also identified the island where my family comes from. We say Boriking. People know that island today as Puerto Rico. And also that I was very happy to be here, honored to be here with all of you. So I really thank the organizers for the invitation. We've been having a very busy week over at the UN, trying to lift the voices and concerns of indigenous peoples with respect to water. You heard all these incredible presentations today about the connection indigenous peoples have to water. And just what's shared today is really kind of just gives you an example of the diverse thought, but also how indigenous peoples have come together, even though they're from all regions or the 7 socio-political regions of the world. The messages were so similar about the need to protect water, about the sacred relationship we have to water. And you know, as our relative presented on the screen, we heard it many times that water is our first home. Water is the source, not a resource. Also that water is the first medicine. So as was just explained just a little bit ago, indigenous peoples had come together 2 days before the UN conference began in a pre-summit. Indigenous peoples from all over the world participated in this pre-summit. And leading up to that, there was a lot of discussion about the UN conference, and that since there wasn't going to be a final declaration of the conference itself, indigenous peoples thought it would be really important to issue a declaration on water from an indigenous perspective and submit it as an official document of the conference, and also highlight the commitment that indigenous peoples have for water moving forward, which really is not different from what we have been doing already all these years with regard to protection. But we wanted to make sure that the United Nations knew that we make a commitment to water, and that we will continue. And I'll start maybe just by sharing that commitment first, because that kind of sets the tone even throughout the document of what we're really focusing on. Really, at the end of the day, is our basic human rights. And so the commitment that indigenous peoples are offering to the United Nations World Water Conference is as follows. Indigenous peoples commit to actively engage, coordinate, and plan with national, regional, and local governments, as well as United Nations bodies, based on their full recognition of our rights and respect for the value of our contributions in order to produce positive results for the protection of water and promote solutions that benefit our future generations, the natural world, and all humanity. So you can hear in that commitment a few things. One, as I mentioned, there's a focus on rights, human rights, because we really feel and I think this was echoed here today, that without the recognition, respect of our rights, we're not going to be able to protect the water wherever we are. As many of you know, Indigenous peoples hold about 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity that's found in Indigenous peoples' territories. And as you could see, many of the sources of water, whether they're highlands or the part of the cycle with trees that help produce water to make the streams and rivers, etc. They're in these lands, they're being protected by Indigenous peoples. So that recognition of rights is just key and critical to move forward in any direction. And as you know, human rights, they could either be respected or violated. And what we see over and over is that Indigenous people's rights are violated, which is why we come to the United Nations to demand respect for those rights and for the countries of the world to implement that and live up to those responsibilities. Also, you see in this is that we're saying that our commitment will continue, and we're willing to work with governments and other bodies, but again, they have to respect the rights in order for that to be accomplished. Also, we're talking about future generations. It's not just about us today, but it's about what we're leaving for our peoples who are coming down the road, those who are not yet born. And that far-ranging vision, I think you hear it more and more now in United Nations speeches and statements. And I feel that really came about because of Indigenous peoples coming to the UN. We've never heard Mother Earth at the United Nations before Indigenous peoples started coming there, and now you hear it. Also, here we say that these solutions that we're going to work towards, the protection of water, the benefit for the future generations. Also, we're talking about the natural world, because as was said previously also, that we're not looking just at ourselves as human beings alone. We know that we're part of creation, the rest of creation, and that means all the other nations, the animal nations, the beings that live in the water, the spiritual beings. We see that all connected, like we're all connected to water. And finally, we talk about humanity, because really it's for all of us, right? Our protecting the water is going to help everyone on this planet. And so with that, I think I'm going to end. Just let you know that yesterday there was a meeting with the Secretary General's office. And so this declaration was presented to the Secretary General. The commitment that I shared with you is actually on the official commitments at the UN Water Conference. So it's part of the record there. And about 75 Indigenous nations and organizations signed on to this declaration. And we would imagine that as time goes on, others will want to sign on to it as well. But we wanted to present it, and we were working with the folks who had come, people who were working towards it, and that's how this was all developed. So with that, that's my time, and I just want to say thank you for your patience. And again, it's an honor to be here with all of you. Hahom I Tia Ono. Thank you, relatives.
Thank you, Roberto. I'd like to again give thanks from my heart and shaking all the hands of our speakers that have been able to be here. Leonardo will follow me just to explain the transition to the afternoon session, so there's some clarity. We might have time for 2 questions from the audience. Questions and not statements, please. Say who you are, if you're a student, if you're affiliated with the institution or organization. But it's something that is very important as I was sitting here listening. First of all, We have water of life here that reminds us of how sacred water has to be present all the time. It's in our bodies, yes. It's in all of creation. And when we talk like this as Indigenous peoples, like I explained in my homeland in northern Minnesota, the Great Lakes, the Pedewakantawantakotas, the Anishinaabes, the Menominees, the Ho-Chunks, all have an understanding of the importance of water, but the significance of water with our women. We were in Standing Rock in 2016 and into the first couple months of 2017 to call attention to the world of the atrocities of colonial governments and their military states and the private sector of corporations that criminalize our water protectors, that criminalize and try to delegitimize our Indigenous movements, trying to stand up time and time again, raising our fists, our heart in love of our Mother Earth and Father Sky in the creative principles of the natural laws, standing in peace. But what do we get in return is the police state and militarization. It's a long struggle for those of us here that have been working in the UN system just to get an S on peoples, Indigenous peoples, to be recognized in our collective rights to exist as peoples. Yes, there is individual rights out there, human rights, but to exist collectively in the North and in the South, in the East and the West. A long struggle, close to 19, 20 years, huh? So we are still here, and we see the signs of what our ancestors said. The prophecies are here. But we see also, in addition to that, when I have talked to elders that talk about stories that they heard on the colonization that had come here to our country. We did not understand each other from our Indigenous peoples and the people who came from Europe. The cosmologies were different. We couldn't understand each other. So in our movement of our Indigenous environmental movement in network, we had to really study what is one of our messages to people of the world, especially people that have systematically been removed from understanding their relationship to the sacredness of the Mother Earth and Father Sky, understanding the natural laws of the creative principles, the female relationship and sacredness of Mother Earth, understanding terminologies, confronting patriarchy in water law, patriarchy in water policy. And that's why we're embracing what is the fundamental principles to change the system of the world, especially industrialized countries of the North who control the world through economic globalization, capitalism, patriarchy and capitalism. That relationship that's created legal systems over property rights to treat water as a property. We're confronting this in climate change when we see the same institutions of capitalism and patriarchy created a mitigation plan of ownership of the carbon in the trees, geoengineering technologies, carbon markets, carbon trading. And even I talked to Maud Barlow yesterday, a sister from Canada, an attorney. She understands all these different issues we have to confront. is the financialization of nature, but the financialization of water. A corporation can go neutralize on a destructive development they have to destroy the aqua system, the water system. They have created a system where they can repair a wetland here, an estuary here, a water system here, restoration to offset their pollution and destruction of extraction of water over here. So we challenge as Indigenous people, no more on this, that we have to put a stop to this, and we need allies to do that. Because this world is becoming a whole system of financialization of nature. A smorgasbord, you can go as a corporation, if you got money, you can buy nature. You're a mining corporation, you can offset your destructive development by saying, I went neutral by restoring this area over here. Our fossil fuel company like Chevron in California can say, we have gone carbon neutral by investing money in restoring trees and protecting trees in the Amazon. But many reports are coming out that it's not true. It's lies. So why is it that the Indigenous peoples who have been persecuted from speaking truth have to stand and speak and use the UN mechanism to come and speak that we are solutions? We are solutions. This declaration, it's going to be online. Stay tuned. There's going to be ways you can access it and support it. Start a movement that is earth-centered in respect of the sacredness of our Mother Earth. Let's no longer objectify the Mother Earth like patriarchy of the world objectifies our woman. It's the same thing that we are confronting. So I wanted to share that with you. Leonardo is going to explain. I know some of you have questions out there. So we have a kind of like a solution. You can get information posted on Zoom. But I think, how much time do we have? Okay. We have room for, well, let's try to have room for 2 questions from the audience. I don't think we have time for everyone to respond, but maybe we can only have room for 1. So if who has a question, you raise your hand and be very specific. And if you wanted to direct it to someone, fine, but we'll try to respond. So thank you. Someone can get him a mic.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Dyer. I am from Belgium, from Europe, and I was wondering if the movement, the organization, the network is also represented in Europe, has people in Europe, organizations in Europe that are part of this message as well, because I think we should also in Europe hear more of this. Thank you very much.
Roberto.
Well, the declaration that we put out did have the participation of some of the Sami, the World Reindeers Herders Association. And so we're hoping that once we have this online today, now that we have all the signatories written out, we'll have this up online today. And then there we can start to disseminate. And then we hope the Samis and others in Europe will take on and help get that message out there. Perhaps, Tom, you have other mechanisms as well.
Yeah, we have a couple Indigenous organizations that have websites that will be posting steps, and that's the International Indian Treaty Council. You can type that in. The Indigenous Environmental Network, we will be also lifting that up. There are many other indigenous organizations that's been involved with the declaration, the South and the North. I was very excited because it was a balance of indigenous peoples from throughout the world. Not everyone had time, but it's a start, and it's going to start really some really strong movement and how non-indigenous peoples can join in. So with that said, we do have an afternoon session, different speakers going a little bit deeper on some of the critical analysis of where we are at in the world, the role of indigenous people, some solutions. I apologize, I will not be here this afternoon. We're members of the Global Alliance on the Rights of Nature. So we have a side event on the inside of the UN. My sister here that spoke from Peru, she's one of our speakers. We got other allies, International Rivers, NGOs, so we got some other people. So some of us will not be here. Mona is going to be departing us in New York, going back home, but some other folks will be here. Our sisters from British Columbia, our brother from the Maori will be here speaking this afternoon. So thank you. In the meantime, I'm going to have Leonardo explain some of the next steps here for those of you who don't want to be here this afternoon, but how you can also post comments or messages through Zoom. So I thank you very much and turn it over to Leonardo. Thank you.
Tom, thank you, Mona. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mariluz. Thank you, Roberto. Thanks, everyone, for being here, for sharing your stories, for sharing your struggles, for sharing your vision. I want to also just share a brief thought about the fact that we've heard the depth and beauty of indigenous water ethics and knowledge, and that we must honor and approach this knowledge with respect, to avoid to selectively appropriate it in ways that can be incorporated into systems that continue to exploit indigenous peoples. So indigenous water ethics and knowledge is integrated with a cosmovision, the territory, the community of indigenous governance as a whole. And it's only through the restoration of indigenous autonomous territories in which it can flourish at its peak. So with that thought, I want to invite everyone to please join us for the afternoon talking circle that will be starting at 1:30 and ending at 3:30. If you're here in person, we kindly ask you to please return at the end of this panel, the translation equipment or receiver, the headphones, then pick it back up when you come back in for the second panel. We're very excited to have this panel, which will be moderated by Dr. Darlene Sanderson, that will include the voices of Sydney Hill, David Granfeld, Lynn Morrison, Betty Lyons, and Rawiri, who will join us from Rawiri Tinirao, who will join us from Aotearoa Maori. So with that thought, please make sure to join us back in. If you're online, you're welcome to log back in at that time. I believe the Zoom will remain open throughout that whole period. And thanks a lot for being here.
And thank you to our interpreter, translator, Cassandra Smithy. It's good to see her. She's been really good support for indigenous movements on translation. So thank you very much, and we'll see you back. Thank you. Bye.
cheese
Tic, Iniquetic, Sebetic, Keremetic, Tacotolik, Cuabelanik, Pone Jacpi, Leonardo Figueroa, Iquemonta, Alta, Mesoamérica, Nahuac, México, Tenochtitlán, Nacalonta, Lenapehoking, Chiaptec, Chivita, Chambún, The New School, Ocolabal, Gemetic, Balamil, Geme, Casualtic, Colabal, Cuabelanik. Hello, everyone. Hello, women, men, young, old. Hello, everyone. Hello, colleagues. My name is Leonardo Figueroa. I'm an arrivant from Mesoamerica in unceded Lenape territory here in Turtle Island. I speak to you in one of the languages of my ancestors, the Tzotzil Maya of the southern part of Mexico. I am a mixed blood mestizo scholar who has focused on decolonizing and indigenous resurgence-based approaches to systems change. As a person of mixed blood ancestry, as a mestizo, I carry with me both the tradition of the indigenous peoples as well as the identity of the colonizers. Mixed blood people have also at some points been complicit in the erasure of indigenous identity. And in so being, it is my obligation to play an active part in the reclamation of that identity and in centering and foregrounding the voices of indigenous wisdom keepers and knowledge holders. In that context, it is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you to this second talking circle on indigenous water ethics. I was humbled to facilitate or to play a role in helping facilitate the organization of this event. In the morning, we started with a beautiful talking circle at 10 that leads us into the second one that will allow us to deepen our discussions around water ethics and water declarations. In that context, I will go ahead and provide some instructions. To recap, indigenous peoples are the most impacted by decisions made about our waterways. Indigenous original instructions embedded in our languages and ancient stories, ceremonies, and rituals maintain, sustain, and protect biodiversity. This is the second of the two circles. Our speakers have been addressing the role of indigenous knowledges and indigenous governance as real solutions vis-a-vis many of the false solutions peddled by dominant governance institutions and corporate actors. Indigenous speakers are centering water ethics and water ethics based on indigenous cosmovisions, which is the rooted land-based grounding upon which indigenous organization is nurtured. Also centering topics of indigenous resurgence, sovereignty, self-determination, land rematriation, and decolonization are fundamental within the context of ethics, since indigenous ethics and cosmovisions should not be understood in the abstract as pieces of knowledge that can be selectively appropriated into dominant cultural apparatuses. It is important to understand these ethics as embedded within communal practices and territorial forms of indigenous organization, as well as struggles for liberation against colonialism and for self-determination and sovereign governance. In this context, it is crucial as we face environmental crisis to reclaim and recenter the historical practices and leadership of indigenous peoples, which are indispensable governance and knowledge pathways to restore ecosystems and protect biodiversity as we advance sustainability. We will continue to discuss these topics in the context of indigenous water statements and declarations as we go into the second talking circle. I will prompt at this point for those who need interpretation into Spanish. Si usted necesita instrucciones para interpretación en línea, para escuchar la interpretación, si está conectado vía Zoom al español, por favor oprima el símbolo del mundo a la derecha de la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom y oprima la lengua español. Agradecemos profundamente a nuestra intérprete Cassandra Smithis. To access the interpretation to English, click on the icon of the colonized world in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and click on English. We thank our interpreter, fabulous interpreter, Cassandra Smithis. Also, if you're in person, well, I don't actually. We're not going to need the in-person interpretation. Let me make a note about live streaming and recording. This event is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube via Tishman Environment and Design Center and via the Indigenous Environmental Networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch. Translation is only available in person and on the Zoom webinar. If you're tuning into the social media live stream and need English to Spanish or Spanish to English interpretation, please register in the event promotion link to tune in into the Spanish interpretation version. We also want to thank the team at Red Dog for the live streaming of this event. Ahora en español les menciono que la transmisión está siendo, este evento está siendo transmitido en vivo y está siendo grabado. En vivo está siendo transmitido en YouTube, en la página del Centro Tishman de Medio Ambiente y Diseño, y a través de la página de Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch del Indigenous Environmental Network, la red indígena ambientalista. La traducción solo está disponible vía la conexión por Zoom o en persona. Si usted necesita traducción, no la puede obtener por vía de los canales de social media, necesita conectarse a la conexión de Zoom, por favor. Agradecemos al equipo de Red Dog por la transmisión en vivo. I want to commence once again by acknowledging that we stand on unceded Lenape land, that the new school as an institution is built on the legacy of settler colonialism. And in that context, as an institution, we have an obligation to commit to much more than land acknowledgements towards a strategy of decolonization that centers Indigenous voices and contributes to the rematriation of Indigenous lands. This is, of course, owed to Lenape, Shinnecock, and other nations of the tri-state area, but it must also be acknowledged that the project of settler colonialism has led to the displacement of Indigenous nations from across Turtle Island and from across the world, and that the tri-state area is home to the largest American Indian population in the country, and it's one of the largest populations of displaced and migrant Indigenous peoples, diasporic Indigenous peoples from elsewhere in the world, and so responsibilities and reparations are also owed to the communities that are here in this metropolitan area who identify as Indigenous and to whom we can work in the process of decolonization. We also want to acknowledge that the process of settler colonialism not only involves erasure and displacement of Indigenous peoples, but is founded on the forced abduction of Black bodies from the African continent in the purpose of using Black people as slaves for the advancement of the imperial and capitalist project. Finally, I want to acknowledge that being in New York City, we are in the center of global capitalism, which continues to be a force of continuous neocolonialism, land grabbing, and displacement, whether it be traditional land grabbing through extractive projects in the fossil fuel sector, mining, agribusiness, or new forms of so-called green grabbing on the basis of environmental justifications for the production of so-called green energy by building massive hydroelectric dams that divert rivers and destroy ecosystems downstream, or whether it be through the expansion of mining of rare earth minerals that are needed for large-scale industrial so-called renewable energy. And so many forms of land grabbing that continue to displace populations, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, are actually advancing on quote-unquote environmental pretexts. We have to be wary of those things as we continue to talk about issues of indigeneity and sustainability. So we want to also thank once again the co-organizers, Indigenous Environmental Network, Tom Goldtooth, Mona Polaka, Dr. Darlene Sanderson, who will be one of the speakers for the second panel from the University of Northern British Columbia, Dr. David John Grunfeld from the Water Culture Institute, and the vast team at the new school, including folks from the Environmental Policy and Sustainability Management Program, the Tishman Environment and Science Center, and the Schools of Public Engagement. Laura, Kate, Timmy, Timmy, Adrienne, Cameron, Tibna, Kier, Elisa, Daphne, Zainab, Constant, Mark, we thank you profoundly. Orpheus, I forgot to mention Orpheus, of course. We thank you for everything you do to make these kinds of events possible. So for the second panel, we will be joined here on stage by Dr. Darlene Sanderson, David Grunfeld, Tamara Archie, Lynn Morrison, Rawiri Tinirao, and I will be providing this commentary to introduce. I may also contribute a little bit later in the panel. I want to highlight some of the ethical values that are integral to the cosmovision of Tzotzil Maya people, which I am relearning as I recover that aspect of my genealogy. And I want to highlight the concept of Ich El Tamuk, which means to dignify all our relations, to hold them in reverence, to hold them sacred. And to this work, I thank Professor Miguel Sanchez Alvarez, a Maya Tzotzil scholar, who has underlined the crucial importance of dignifying all our relations, to hold them in honor and reverence as their givers of life, that our ancestors are embedded within the genealogy of the rivers and mountains and the cycles of water and the cycles of nutrition that make life possible from a day to day. Our ancestors, our literal ancestors, have been here for much longer than we have been. These non-human forms of life carry with them knowledge of time immemorial upon which we are able to exist and to which we owe gratitude and reverence. The concept of Ichel Tamuk is not a passive concept. It doesn't refer exclusively to sort of an organization of say spiritual reverence that would be restricted to when you conduct a ceremony in a river, but it's something that has to inform every action of your life, the way your whole society is organized, to practice reverence and honor of the relations, human and non-human, in communal labor, in mutual aid, and reciprocal labor, in labor for defense of territory, and everything that we do on a day-to-day basis. There are many other concepts that are so rich in this ethical system that I unfortunately have no time to go through at this point, but as I have been instructed by my colleague, Professor Mindaji Bastida, Otomiña, a new scholar, it is important to understand that our conception of spirituality in the indigenous tradition rooted in ancestry, identifying ancestors as non-human ancestors, require that we acknowledge the intelligence of forces that we don't have control over and which we must humbly respect, that determine and ultimately decide the viability of human life on this planet. And if you don't respect those ancestors, they in turn withdraw the labor of providing the environmental conditions upon which we exist. So I had said previously that that it is well known that indigenous peoples, while only retaining 20% of the world's territory, protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. And I had also underlined that it's a little less known the extent to which, in fact, so many of indigenous resistance struggles are visible in the field of water. Indigenous peoples are involved in a significant amount of water-related conflicts brought about by the expansion of corporate and extractive activities. Of all water-related conflicts tracked by the Environmental Justice Atlas, 41% of them involve indigenous communities. And this is really disproportionate because indigenous communities make up less than 6% of the world's population. So you can imagine that almost like 40% of conflicts that are resulting from extractive operations affecting the water-related livelihoods of indigenous peoples is a very high number. It tells you the extent to which colonialism and racism still is the underpinning driver for capitalist expansion and state development projects. Now, I want to highlight the fact that many people in the environmental, the sustainability fields often associate green energy transitions with positive transformations as somewhat of a shift away from the violence of the fossil fuel industry and fossil fuel state and corporate apparatuses. That's not always the case. In fact, we know that to the extent that we've examined international conflicts of environmental injustice, the expansion of so-called green energy projects brings with it a replication of a lot of the violence that traditional mining or fossil fuel extraction or other projects we have seen. Now, some of the effects tend to differ to some extent. Conventional extractive projects are related to a higher proportion of surface and groundwater pollution. So fossil fuel spills, pipelines breaking and spilling into water bodies. Whereas so-called low carbon green energy projects are related to higher proportion and large-scale disturbance of hydrological systems and reduced connectivity to eco-hydrological cycles. Now, there are no difference in the proportion of conflicts in relation to the desertification and drought impacts between so-called green energy projects and conventional projects. And so it's important to understand that the so-called sustainability transformations often don't involve the transformation of the societal values upon which extractive society is based. And that's why we're coming back to the question of ethics. If we don't change the ethical values that underpin our institutions and our economies, a simple shift to a different energy source will replicate similar kinds of land grabbing and extractive violence into communities, which we're seeing in different parts of the world. So now So in recent history, we have seen, therefore, that water has assumed a prominent role in indigenous political formations. Indigenous peoples the world over are now formulating innovative responses to the contamination and exploitation of their water sources as a result of these extractive projects. These innovative responses are all based on a reclamation of indigenous ethical systems. These are thousands of year-old systems that have been undermined, included by institutions of education. It is important to understand that reclaiming indigenous knowledges is a process that is highly politicized within educational institutions such as universities. And centering voices of indigenous knowledge keepers, such as in this panel, attempts to do the work of foregrounding the validity of indigenous knowledges in their own terms, without the necessity of being filtered through a process of academic validation. So in this context, I want to shift over to an opening, spiritual opening. I'm going to pass the mic over to Tamara Archie that will provide us a beautiful opening to the rest of this panel. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Waikuairap Tamara Archie and Squext, Swachom Haitlum that Destachwin, Takamum Mumtwin. My name is Tamara Archie. I come from the Secwepemc Nation in central British Columbia. And I just want to ground us here this afternoon, to be present in the room, to really hear, the words and the wisdom that's being shared. And so I'll ask you to stand and we'll do the breathing exercise from this morning. And so for those of you online as well, if you can join in and ground yourself wherever you are joining us from. And so we're going to do 4 really deep breaths and just bring it into that awareness, the connection to what is greater than us, and then also grounding us here to the earth and to our mother. So first one. Second one. Third. Fourth. And so again, just really wanting us to be grounded and to be present, and honoring, these traditional lands we're standing on. I'll sing the honor song. And then again, I'll do it in 4s. So. Where way high, 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 hey, way high, hey, way high, hey, way high, hey, way high, 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 hey, Brooks John.
Thank you, Tamara, for that beautiful song. My name's Darlene Sanderson. I'm of Cree ancestry on my mother's side and Doukhobor Russian on my father's side. And I'm really blessed to be here on Shinnecock and Lenape traditional territory. And I really want to, again, honor each and every one of you. Thank you for the all the people that organized this, the new school, and the Indigenous Environmental Network that put this together, as well as all of the people here that put many hours of hard work into this. I also want to honor each and every one of you and where the places that you came from originally, your sacred places. So this afternoon, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the international Indigenous water declarations that have and also local ones that have been developed over the years. So I think both Tom and Leonardo have spoken really eloquently about the 4 C's, which is colonization, 500 years of colonization, corporatization, consumerism, and the commodification of all of life, including water. We have, human trafficking and many terrible things that are happening. But what we also want to talk about is what some of the solutions are. So as we were talking about this morning, that Indigenous laws are our original instructions from the Creator. They're blessings, but they're also our responsibility. The late Huirangi Waikiri Puru, who's Maori, said that our language is the law. And a lot of the concepts that are within our language is really defines who we are and also how we move upon the earth. Indigenous laws also describe the sacred relationship to the land and to all life forms, and that includes the smallest of animals, insects, the relationship that we have to the, all of the life forms like plants and animals, but also the seen and the unseen. The late Dave Kroshen, who's Anishinaabe, talked about all of humanity's relationship to care for and protect the gifts of life. So it's not just Indigenous people's responsibility, it's all of our responsibility. And Tom Goldtooth also spoke about how all of humanity needs to revisit our sacred relationship with the earth. And that means a paradigm shift that, Leonardo just referred to. We really need to shift our paradigm, and people need to revisit what their own genealogy is and what their original sacred springs, where they come from. the late Sandy Beardy talked about starting with the schools. And so we have a responsibility to share some of these teachings within the context of very young, teaching them how to be respectful and have reverence for water and for all of life. There are knowledge keepers and elders who understand our responsibilities as humanity and can assist in recovering balance. We have our own Indigenous science, and that needs to be taught within the schools too. And I think one of the solutions is to have more experiential learning where we actually get out in nature, we feel the air, we feel the water, we feel the wind, we experience nature in a way that we can understand what our relationship is. This punamu, which is jade from Aotearoa, New Zealand, really represents to me in its art form the recovery of that balance. And you can see that there's interlocking spirals, and water is like the dynamism of life. And those interlocking spirals, we are all in the same canoe. And one side might be traditional Indigenous laws, traditional Indigenous science, and the other side might be Western laws and science. In my background as a cardiac nurse, I understand that there is a limit to man-made laws. There's a limit to man-made science, because when somebody is close to death, you can give them all the medications you want, but if their spirit is strong, they can overcome pretty much anything. So as I mentioned, education is really key. The late Hohua Tutunahi said that to me very early in my education. And he said that, you know, if we understand our identity and that understand language and culture, then that's going to enhance the health and well-being of all of life. And so I think as, you know, institutions, it's part of our responsibility to really encourage and make space for Indigenous culture and education within the context of these, quote, Western institutions. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from Aotearoa, where research centers and houses of learning are actually traditional, and they're not tied in with our Western framework of education. The late Chief Louis Sunchild, who's Cree, talked about kindness and compassion for the earth. And that's something I think really needs to be taught in the schools as well. One of the things that also has really inspired me in the last few years is Indigenous-led education. And so research that Tamara and Lynn will be speaking to very shortly. That to me is really self-determination in terms of education, but it's also self-determination in terms of health. There have been many international Indigenous declarations created over the years at all of the different world water fora, and these declarations will be put up in the next coming months on the IEN website. Where there's been a whole raft of recommendations that have been put forward by Indigenous peoples at the World Water Fora. And one of the questions that's come up is what recommendations have been implemented. Another area for Indigenous-led research is to identify success stories by Indigenous peoples through case studies, and there have been many. And one of them will be presented today. Dr. Rawati will be sharing some of the success stories that they've had in terms of the recognition of personhood of rivers. There's need for resources and support. Indigenous nations and to create the opportunities for cultural gatherings, and Indigenous non-government organizations like the International Indigenous Treaty Council, which has done amazing work, and the Indigenous Environmental Network, and also resources and support for gathering people together in looking at global health. That's a global and planetary health is a relatively new concept within academia, but it's long been understood by Indigenous peoples. And we need to put a stop to pollution of air, land, and waterways, because everything that goes up in the air that's polluted comes into the water eventually. And the same thing when things are dumped into the land, it goes into the aquifers and it pollutes our sources of water. Here's some examples of understandings within our language. Our word for water is nipi, and the act of dying is nipuwin. You've all heard of the Mississippi. That means the big river. Sipi is river, but it's also related to the word asipahitchikyu, which means he or she is patient. We learn our values from the natural world. Kichikami is the holy ocean in Cree, and Tapuariki is in Maori is the sacred mat. Pimituin is water course, and Pimitiswin is life. Water is life. Mio Pimitisuu is he or she leads an exemplary life, and Mio Pimitisuin is the tree of life, and many Indigenous peoples have sacred trees. I'll share a little bit about what's been shared with me from Huirangi, the meaning of water. That's why is water, and it has all of these different concepts tied to it. Atea, which is space, infinite space and potentiality of the universe. A is the potential energy, unlimited, negative or positive. Wa is time and space, and Watea is clear space and unlimited potential. And I is procreation. So when you put all of those concepts together, that's what water means. And it's really a cosmovision. And I think that this, that's really true for us Cree people as well. Water implies time, active procreation, unlimited energy in life, producing potential. And when you have all those time, energy, negative and positive potential, elements of male and female characteristics, reproduction, space and water, the natural outcome is life and all living things on this planet. So Wairu is also part of the word for spirit, and the language is the law taught through oral histories and storytelling. They're not just stories, they're oral histories that teach us how we came to be, our creation stories, and every Indigenous nation that I've met has creation stories. So the Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace, where a number of leaders have got together over the years, starting in 2008. And some people have passed on, like the late Tomas Alarcon from Peru. Huirangi Waikiripuru was one of the original people from Komatua from New Zealand, Aotearoa. And we've got together just to be a working group to see how we can move forward the vision of the International World Forum on Water and Peace. That concept was put forward by Huirangi in 1999 in Hilo, Hawaii, at the World Indigenous Peoples Conference on Education. Since then, we had, I wasn't there, but that's how I got in contact with Dr. David Grenfell. And he was coordinating Indigenous participation in Kyoto, Japan. And Tom Goldtooth was there as well. I had first met Mona Palaka in 2006 at the World Peace Forum, and I think she's very humble because it was actually her idea to come to the UN Permanent Forum Indigenous issues in the first place. It wasn't mine. So with her encouragement, we did this work together. In 2008, that's when we met with bringing different leaders together on water issues. And then since then, I've been to various World Water Fora. And each one of those World Water Fora had international Indigenous peoples' declarations on water, as I mentioned before. We also have been working with local First Nations communities in British Columbia. And this is an example of one of them, the Clayton-Coteen Nation Water Declaration. And they put together this declaration as a result of a community gathering They then put it into their own language and circulated it amongst all of the tributaries of the rivers that their nation is situated on, and discussed it with their families and communities and put it into their own language. So it's actually an assertion of their own Indigenous laws to protect their own water. I won't read it out loud, but you can read it there. So this was an opportunity also for language revitalization, where education, where families discuss what water means to them and their own families and communities. And there's always that element of generosity. We know our traditional knowledge and practices to protect the water being disregarded, violated, and disrespected. The Clayton Teen Nation's custom is to share our wealth and to live in harmony with all humanity. And there were similar water declarations that have been developed by the Simk Nation, as well as, which is part of Secwepemc, and also the Okanagan Nation Alliance. So one of the I guess some of the suggestions for recommendations for moving forward is to implement the values, practices, and laws of Indigenous peoples to protect the health of water for future generations by the implementation of UNDRIP and our original teachings. And we ask your support in the hosting of an Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace. We've asked many governments to support it, UNESCO, I guess UNICEF. So we're still hoping that that will become a reality. The next suggestion is to develop a legally binding UN Convention on Water that has the full participation of Indigenous peoples. This convention was proposed by the former president of Bolivia, Evo Morales, at the UN Permanent Forum in 2007. And UN conventions are not normally legally binding, but one on water really needs to be. People need to be held accountable and responsible for their actions. Thirdly, support the creation of an international Indigenous Observatory on Water and Peace, which identifies both cultural and Western indicators for healthy water. This was discussed at the high-level panel on water and peace in Brasilia, Brazil in 2018. There was a 150-page document that recommended an international observatory on water and peace, and our Indigenous delegation suggested that an Indigenous observatory also be developed, and that could be virtual. Finally, support for the protection of sacred springs and water sources as places for cultural and spiritual protected areas. So this would be following up on what the late Peter O'Chee said, that we really need to protect the source. And like I said, not just the source of particular waterways, the sources of all waterways. The rivers and the oceans sing their songs, and water is the melody of life. And I want to say thank you for listening. Echo Sunny. I'd like to invite Dr. David Grenfell to come and speak next. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Good afternoon, everybody. I didn't introduce myself this morning, so I'll do it now. I want to just share with you how I got involved in water ethics as a topic. And then if you want more biography, you can look at the website. But I had the privilege of taking a job in 2006 with the Santa Fe, New Mexico, the Santa Fe River Watershed Association. And the purpose, this is an already established NGO, and its mission was to protect the water of the Santa Fe River, which was being fully diverted by the city for municipal water, which is, in itself is positive thing to have clean drinking water, but not at the expense of a living river. So there was two values competing with each other. And it had been that way for past 50 years or so. It was reflective of community values. It was that type of trade-off between we would like to have a flowing river, but we can't because there's not enough water for us and for the river. That kind of logic or illogic is quite common. And it's the root cause is being afraid to ask for what you really need or what nature really needs. So I wrote op-eds to the local paper and gave talks around town, and there were board members did the same thing, and we weren't really getting anywhere. So as an anthropologist, that's my degree, is anthropology, and that's the study of human values, according to shorthand version of definition of anthropology. And I felt that if the root cause is kind of murky thinking about what we need, what nature needs, and how to find a kind of consensus around that, then the solution should be reconfiguring or taking a second look at the ethics of water in my city of Santa Fe. And oops. Thank you very much. So how do you go about using ethics to think of solutions? And it seemed to me that one step to take is to develop a water ethics charter, to write down a list of what are the values that can be agreed on, or what are the values that appear in other people's declarations. I didn't have the notion of indigenous water declarations at this time, so I wasn't able to take advantage of Darlene's work. But we started an initiative on developing a global water ethics charter, and we're able to get UNESCO interested in it because UNESCO had a history of an earlier initiative on water ethics. So I didn't invent water ethics. It's been around, but it hasn't been very popular. And so what we're really doing is revitalizing the kind of forgotten legacy of UNESCO's program on water ethics. And we used the platform of the 2012 Water Forum. The World Water Forums take place every 3 years, generally. And in 2012, it was in Marseille, France. And there was a real interest in that particular water forum in values and religion and ethics. So ethics was mentioned. And in the final declaration of that water forum, a few of us lobbied for a provision that recommended that we should develop a water ethics charter, universal one. And so a few of the like-minded organizations, French Water Academy, Botin Foundation, which I think is no longer in operation, my institute, Water Culture Institute, and Alliance for Water Stewardship, World Council of Churches, they got together and decided to kind of filter out values and principles from existing declarations. Lots of, here, I'll maybe. I'm just trying to find the shortcut. Well, it won't happen. But we used just a logical framework that kind of created by ourselves to first put down general principles that what we're trying to do with the charter, we want to establish moral and ethical foundations to guide decision-making. It was intended to be a decision-making tool for water policymakers. And its purpose is to foster an ethical attitude towards water and to improve water management and governance. So we divided, those of you who were here this morning, I warned you that we're talking about environment, economics, social, cultural, and governance issues. So on the environmental issues, we took principles that were already in the literature somewhere, such as the rights of rivers. Water ecosystems have inherent rights as well as value. In fact, there's as we speak here, there is a rights of nature session going on inside the UN that Tom Goldtooth is participating in. Unfortunately, there wasn't a way of both of us, both sessions to collaborate. But the operational principles that are involved in environmental questions have to do with precaution. Don't allow toxics to get into your drinking water supply if you don't know what they're going to do. No net loss from current conditions. Don't let the environmental, the ecosystem state get further degraded. And we had a debate about environmental offsets, if they can be ethical or not. And I think, in my opinion, they can offer a partial solution, but they can also be dangerous because they tempt you to overreach and put more pressure on the environment. The economic issues that we felt had to do with economic ethics is that efficiency is better than inefficiency, and that economic efficiency can be applied to social and environmental issues as well as economic ones. Like if you want to favor or to help address marginalized populations, how can you do that in a way that is economically sustainable? Because otherwise, society will complain that you're costing too much money to try to right historic wrongs. But that, physically speaking, reuse of water should be favored over extracting fresh water. Existing water stocks should be maintained. For example, if you're pumping an aquifer, you should limit your pumping to what can be replaced. And private ownership of water has limitations and should be accountable to the larger society. So there were a lot of little economic rules of thumb, like polluter pay, user pay, and those are also controversial because pollution, if it's bad enough, can be criminal, and you shouldn't be able to just pay your way out. But on the other hand, if somebody needs to clean up a river, who better to do that than the company that polluted it in the first place? So there are a lot of compromises that take place in looking at ethics. social principles are, it's kind of a relief to work to apply ethics to social principles because there are some very clear ones. The human right to water is pretty much non-controversial in the water world. But how you get there is full of controversy. But having water as a human right and water and sanitation is, I think everybody's happy that we have that kind of core principle. Water is a common good for society. That's more controversial because it conflicts with the sense of privatization, which is popular among rich people and not poor people. But and the moral, having a moral right not only to water but to healthy water ecosystems. It's like there's a human right. There's a right to rivers have their own right to their existence, and we people have our right to enjoy healthy ecosystems. That's written into constitutional law in a number of countries, including Brazil, but it doesn't really make much difference if it's not enforced. And ensuring water justice for all segments of society, including future generations, is important. And then I'm almost done here. Cultural and spiritual principles that we put into the charter were that ecosystems provide cultural and spiritual meaning of fundamental importance. And this is where Indigenous water ethics really shines. I mean, it's important for us non-Indigenous people who are kind of forgotten what it means to have a living relationship with a river or with the body of water. And we also have, legally speaking, and in terms of international law, we have the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which actually brings principles to bear to translate spiritual principles into practice. Basic economic livelihood strategies are protected, and ceremonies which revolve around water bodies are also protected. And the concept of free, prior, and informed consent. And then on water governance, this is my last issue slide. That adopt a broad ecological framework to incorporate whole watersheds, aquifers, and coastal marine systems. In other words, take a landscape approach and look at the interactions of aquifers with their watersheds, for example. Reflect the interests of all stakeholders, including groups with least political power. The principle of subsidiarity, which is very popular in water governance, which is if you can manage it at a local level rather than a national level, that's better. And my time is up, so let me just squeeze one more. And the operational concepts of integrity and transparency, accountability, participation, engagement. And the concept of plural governance systems with traditional systems operating inside of large public systems. In New Mexico, we have the irrigation canals that have replaced farmer dug irrigation ditches, but they still can function within their own local governance arrangements and also linked to the larger scale system. And water conflict mechanisms need to be designed into governance arrangements because water is always going to result in conflicts, and you better have a good plan B for coming to terms. So those are the principles that we put into the draft water ethics charter, which exists only as a website under waterethics.org. And there's a tab for the Global Water Ethics Charter that I invite you to take a look at, waterethics.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, this is the one. Next, I'd like to invite Tamara Archie to introduce the program that you and Lynn have been working on. And I have to say, I'm really proud to be part of it because I just think you guys are, you've done some amazing work. So I just really want to put my hands up to you people and also the fact that, this education of young people. I saw a wonderful presentation yesterday. We've got Dr. Beverly Jacobs in the room here, and there was young people from the Haudenosaunee that have been doing some amazing work as well. So I'd like to hand it over to you now. For being here.
All right, you guys are going to be tired of me, Again, quite up Tamara Chance Wax, Swachum Heitlum not the Sakwan to come up some Wuntwin. My name is Tamara Archie. I come from the Kinna Creek, Dog Creek communities of the Secwepemc Nation. I live in Kamloops, British Columbia, and I work for Comita Secwepemc. And Comita Secwepemc is a secretariat to 6 of the Southern Secwepemc bands or communities. And they entered into a letter of commitment with the province of British Columbia to work on stewardship, to work on shared decision making when it comes to our traditional lands. And when you look at our logo, we have the porcupine, Skupachen is how we say it. And in that story, there's Chief Swan and Chief Elk, and their people are always in conflict. What one did well, the other did poorly. And so one day Chief Swan decides, I want to invite Chief Elk here to meet with us, to feast with us. And so he asks his people, is there anyone out here who wants to volunteer? And right away, coyotes, pick me. But Coyote's a bit of a trickster and he wasn't prepared. And so Chief Swan found him. He had fallen asleep. He hadn't left yet. Oh, I'll go tomorrow, he says. And then Chief Swan comes back the next day and Coyote is running around the pit house. What are you doing? You were supposed to leave on your journey. Oh, well, I have to get in shape. So Chief Swan goes back to his people and asks again, is there anyone you think would do this job, that could do this job? And they said, why don't you ask Skupachen? And so he asked Porcupine, Skupachen, will you go deliver this message? And he agrees. He's prepared. He knows the journey ahead. And so he heads out into the mountains, comes upon Chief Elk and delivers that message and invites him back. And when Chief Elk arrives, Chief Swan humbles himself before and starts to teach about who they are as the Swan people. And when he's done, Chief Elk also does that in return, humbles himself and teaches all about who they are. And what they find is that they're very much have a lot in common, but because they put that effort into the relationship, into that respectful relationship, they're able to move together and prosper in the lands. And when we look at that story is linked to us as the Secwepemc, and it stands up our laws and how we view our territory. And Chief Swan represents our Cookbees and our Komiplas, our chiefs and our counselors, our leadership. And Chief Elk, being that big body, represents the provincial government And as an organization, the Scoopachin, you know, we're that person in between that's helping them along the way, you know, preparing the documents, laying out the pathway of transformation. And it's all connected to our stepdach, and how that's linked to our yuhuminum, the stepdach being our stories, our legends, and they're all throughout the work that we do. We're standing up our language, law, and governance of the Secwepemc through those documents, including, you know, like I said, the language. The language is our law, the stories, and the importance of our stories. And a part of that, one of the other things was that we wanted to stand up the next generation of leadership. We talk about the importance of the work that we do, yes, and we want it for the next generations. But how are we standing up the next generation of leadership? And so our director of transformation, Sunny Laborde, wanted to put together an internship program or a knowledge builders program where we're taking our stories and walking on two legs, because we're going to be working with, you know, with the provincial and the federal governments. And how are we going to do that? We want to ground this next generation in our Secwepemc language, law, and governance. And then also take into account that they're a part of the Western science and education system, and bringing those two together so that they walk in balance. One is not stronger than the other, and that we're moving forward together. And so a part of that is having those interns join us for the summer, where they get to sit with our elders and our knowledge carriers and really learn about our connection to the land, our relationship to the land. When we think of Yuhuminum, you know, it's our responsibility to speak for, you know, for the water. And when you think about that, that's a huge responsibility, but it comes to self, you know. And if we're not standing up our next generation to be out there and to build that relationship, then they're not going to care. You know, if you're not in relation with everything around you, it's really just you think about. And so that's the way we are moving forward and making that change and taking back and revitalizing our culture and our language. And through that program, that intern program, we've had our interns, we've collaborated with them on the work that they can do to help us in our government to government negotiations with the province. And one of those very bright, young, and Indigenous and next generation of leadership is Lynn Morrison. And she's going to come up here and share the work that she did as her summer project as an intern for the Comité Secwepemc. So I'll hand it over to Lynn.
Hello, everyone. I hope this water doesn't fall. Waitip, Lynn Squest, to Sink to Aquin, to Kamloops Remutwin. Hello, everyone. My name is Lynn Morrison. I'm from Sink First Nations on my dad's side. My grandmother was Irene Eustache and my grandfather Clifford Bowser. I grew up in Kamloops for the majority of my life. My mom is Jennifer Morrison, who is German and Scottish descent. And then I also have a bonus dad, Harry Spahan, who is from Inglekemik Nation, from Coldwater. He's been a great part of my life, and a bonus dad. He's been good presence throughout it. So very grateful for him and the families that have come along the way in this journey. So yeah, today I'll be presenting on a group project that was a partnership between Comité Secwepemc and Kua Aina Ulu Uamo, that took place over the summer in July between our high school summer guardian intern program, our high school summer guardians and our intern program. I would also just like to recognize the Lenape peoples for having us here today to take place, and for myself to speak here with Tam, and for everyone that we've met along the way. It's been a surreal experience, definitely humbling, being able to sit with all these amazing people, Mona, Tom, David, Darlene, Rawi. So I'm very happy to share with you guys this awesome experience we had over the summer. But before we get started, it was a group effort, and it was a big, tremendous job that was put in by the whole team at Comita Secwepemc and KUA. So I just would like to recognize them before we get starting. So Tamara, Mackenzie Creaser, Tanessa Gagnon, she helped the high school summer guardians with the drawings that you'll see in one of the slides. Jessica Nelson, Jasmine Pigeon, Drew Rose, Kate Whale, the Team Scoopicon High School Guardians, our signatory elders who we saw in one-on-one interviews, but also who joined us both from KUA through the virtual exchange, and also who were there in Secwepemc and Simk. So the exchange was a partnership between Comita Secwepemc and KUA with a focus of engaging and maintaining and sustaining cultural practices that protect water for future generations. It took place on the unceded and traditional lands of the decolonized Secwepemc and the Simk First Nations, as well as Molokai, Oahu, and Hawaii, to name a few. So it was a 2-day exchange, and the first day was grounded in honoring our past and our elders and our stories, our Siptek, that as Tam mentioned. The focus of it was to strengthen that cross-generational and cross-cultural knowledge transfer between the two groups of people. It started off with a grounding of our Team Scoopicon Summer Guardians. Throughout the summer, they were learning the Sipteks, our songs, our welcoming songs, and the prayers. So the group of them together, a bunch of high school students who came to learn through the program that summer, presented it with the team, and KUA shared their Pule prayer and their Oli chant. Through the first day, it was focused on language. So the high school summer guardians were sharing their what they were learning. It was focused on water, so language regarding water, so Secwepemc, and then KUA as well. So for this exchange, one of the knowledge sharings that we chose, that the team researched and chose to share, was the story of the salmon boy. And so the story of the salmon boy was about the story of a boy who fell in a river and was transformed to the world of salmon, and himself then a salmon. Only through following the guidance of King Salmon and patience until the right time was the boy able to return upstream. And not only that, but from careful observation from the grandfather who was fishing, he was able to recognize the eyes of his grandson and kept him alive with care until his return to human form. There's so Tanessa worked with the students over there. She was our visual graphic artist throughout the summer, and that was part of our intern program. So she worked with the high school guardians, bringing the story to life, to share it with everyone there that day. And it was awesome to see their creativity and see their own interpretation of the story to life. So throughout this dialogue and the first day, both groups were discussing certain risks that they're currently facing in their own distinct communities, very distinct to their own cultures, but similar to the impacts of colonization and capitalism, and also currently and the current impacts of COVID-19 and natural events that we're experiencing due to climate change. The exchange was originally supposed to take place in 2019, but due to the pandemic, it was actually pushed away. So it occurred last year with this group of interns, the cohort. One of the main things that KUA and Hawaii is experiencing is the impact of private property and increasing prices, which has forced Hawaiians to be displaced to the mainland, impacting their life, and also taking away that relationship to the land and to language. And also one of the other commonalities was the impact of fishes. So for both communities, the fish habitats is the lifeline and the indicator of how healthy the communities are going to be going. And due to the recent impacts of climate change, there has been a reduction of that in access, and it is on an indicator of what we need to be addressing going forward collectively, but also recognizing the tremendous work that communities are individually doing on their own as Secwepemc, as Indigenous people who are taking charge and taking control of their lands along the way. So yeah, this was part of the language exchange. It was an awesome experience. We went through it word by word together. We were laughing along the way because we're each on our own learning journey. We're each learning where we are as we go along. No hard feelings about mispronunciations because we're meeting where they are at. One of the words that really stood out to us during when we were learning about hua olelo piliwai was the word for wealthy, which is wai. And wai in Hawaiian means water. And you just see that that change of perspective of wealth to water. Water twice is wealthy, and it gives a different perspective and meaning and importance to how we need to approach water, how we should respect water, the value it holds for us, and the value it holds in itself, regardless of if we were present in it. So the second day was focused on honoring our youth, past and present. Once again, it was grounded in the culture. So we had the prayer, we had the song, and then we also were looking at the relationship of water to naming. For QS, when we were doing the one-on-one interviews and just within community, there was the importance of women to naming. So a lot of women will have the relation to water in their name. And for Kua, it was place and land names where water was present. But for both communities, and with many other Indigenous communities, the creation stories with water is of importance and a value that holds within us. Darlene mentioned the cycles, the creation of water as we continue. And for the students, part of their summer speakers project, so we have summer speaker series where each week during the summer, we'll have an individual come in, share how they take walking on two legs in their career, how they approach it. And one of the speakers was a gentleman who works with BC Tomorrow. It's a simulation which looks at the watersheds within the area of British Columbia. And you can change the indicators from 1910, which was Sir Wilfrid Laurier Memorial, over into the future for, I believe it was like 2050. So you can see the changes across time, but then you can also, through the simulation, have tools where you can find solutions in the indicators to adapt it to yourself in that watershed. So for the students, part of their questions were, where do you see water affecting your life? What are some solutions? And what are current struggles that plague your community, and how will you overcome? So this is the tool of BC Tomorrow that they used. Up there is the watershed. And a couple of the students, they presented it that day to the group, to the collective. And I would just like to highlight these are high school students who are doing this work. And it's truly amazing to see them take in the lessons throughout the whole Knowledge Builders program and have fun while doing it. So the importance of this project to the success was the use of Indigenous research methodology and a strength-based approach. So focusing on the positive outcomes and the strengths that communities are doing currently to address events that are impacting. So for cross-generational knowledge transference, a big focus of this was one-on-one interviews, the finding of water in relation to women, the significance to ceremonial practices of where that they'll take place in relationship to water, the distance. For the STIP text in our research, it was the story of the salmon boy and the salmon song. If you have a chance to look up the salmon song, it's quite a fun thing and you can get the moves going. And then also the significance of Selk'wa creation stories. Some solutions from the day included the BC Tomorrow simulation, but then also going back to our teachings of taking what you need and leaving it better than it was beforehand, and appreciating the life that is there and the laws of the lands that are there without us even being there that'll take place. So some of the takeaways from the exchange was a significant threat to Selkwa that both groups are facing, and that if we heard throughout the conference that like Indigenous peoples are facing altogether in their own unique and distinct ways. Some of the solutions and needs are community-led initiatives and partnerships for stewardship. That value of merging the traditional knowledge of our elders, passing it on to youth, and also passing it to learning from each other and across cultures. Part of this to the success would be shared decision-making and legislative policy development, and having the voices of Indigenous peoples in those roles throughout the whole process, beginning to start, making sure that their voices are in it, their visions are in it as we go forward. And a part of this is also creating space and building up Indigenous youth, grounded in that reciprocal exchange of each other's values and life languages, as it is our responsibility to uplift the next generations to our lands and for the future generations to come. And so the Knowledge Builders program that Tam mentioned a little bit earlier, it's an amazing program. It's being adapted so it can be implemented wherever you go, wherever you walk on two legs, whether it be Sequemic, Hopi, New Zealand, wherever you are, we want you to walk in balance together, understanding where you are in relationship to the land you're in. What does that mean? What laws are, who are the people of those lands prior to contact, prior to doctrine of discovery, prior to everything before, humbling yourself and truly walking together. So part of this, sorry, I'm going to take a couple seconds. So core piece of walking on two legs and with QS is our joint intentions principles. And the first one is walking on two legs, as we have mentioned throughout this little talk today. And the second one is a governance approach based on respectful recognition and being like brothers. The third is helping one another to be great and good. And the fourth is transformative change. All to these together go in hand of how we want to do better for the future generations, how we want to be better together as individuals, but also as a collective people going forward. And I'd just like to recognize the whole team that took part in this. Tam, Darlene, Kua, Kaylee, Alex, Drew, Jasmine, the work that they put into the slide deck, Mackenzie, Tanessa, the whole team, the high school guardians. It's awesome to see the next generation, the kids take place and not be okay with learning something new that might be uncomfortable, but it's in a safe space. It's a safe and a fun space. I think that's the best way to learn is if you're having fun and if you feel safe, it's going to come easy regardless of where you are. So you're each down.
That was a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. So next, I'd love to hear from Dr. Rawati from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I was privileged to meet him a number of years ago, and I just think that your work is really inspirational. So looking forward to hearing from you.
Tuatai ka mihi ake ki te iwi, no rātou ngā wai e rere nei, no rātou hoki te whenua e taputo nei, ki ngā kai kōrero o mua, kia koutou hoki kua hui hui mai nei, ātinana, mā te ipurangi rānei, tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings everybody, my name is Rawati and I come from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and just want to greet the peoples whose waters flow here on these lands, to those speakers before me, and also to all of you who have either gathered in person or through the online facility. I come from Wanganui. It's a river-based tribe on the North Island of New Zealand, And I'm here to talk about our values-based framework for our river, yeah, some of the Indigenous values that inform the work and around restoring our river moving forward. So a little bit about our river. It's on the, I'd say, western coast of the North Island. It's the third longest river in our country, with quite a large catchment, and begins on the northern slopes of Tongariro, one of our mountains, and flows northwest then out to the mouth of the river where the majority of our people live in Wanganui. There are several iwi or nations that live or have traditional lands touching our particular river and across this particular river system. But by and large, Wanganui, our people, whose name is also the name of the river, look after these waterways from the mountains to the sea. With regard to our more sort of modern history, from about the late 1880s, we saw the launch of several petitions to the New Zealand government regarding our river. And sort of throughout our history, you'll see several court cases where our people were trying to have not only their rights recognised, but the rights of our river system recognised. And it's our sort of fight against the New Zealand government is considered the longest running litigation in the history of our country. Through to 1999, I'm going to fast forward to that year, that's when our Waitangi Tribunal produced a report that recognised the importance of the river and the connection of the river to our people. By the time we get to 2014, we finally have a settlement with the New Zealand government regarding our river and our rights to the river. And this sort of presentation is going to outline some of the mechanisms within that particular settlement. And when I say settlement, this is a Treaty of Waitangi settlement. In 1840, our ancestors signed the treaty with the British, sort of with a few things in mind. Firstly, it cemented and recognised our sovereignty, but second, it allowed for the establishment of a government, of a settler government. But also, thirdly, it provided our people with the same rights as British citizens. As we know, and as we've seen in other countries, nations who have experienced colonisation, such treaties and agreements were not always honoured. And so this particular settlement is in recognition that this particular treaty was not upheld. So in 2014, the signing of our settlement was held here at Mai Marae, which is our traditional gathering ground, at Rānana, which is in the mid-reaches of the Whanganui River. So what does this particular settlement do? It acknowledges the special and inalienable relationship between our river and our people. It also protects the efforts and recognises those efforts towards making sure that our river is healthy, and but also that our people are also healthy and that we enjoy wellness as well. And it's sort of split into two parts. And today I'm going to focus on the first part, Te Mano Te Awa, which is around the river itself. So there are different parts within this new legal framework, and I'm going to briefly talk about some of those mechanisms. The first is, and a lot of people have heard about the river having this legal personality. And when this particular part of the settlement was first proposed, there were a lot of people scratching their heads wondering, what is this legal personality? Sort of funny, really, because people would recognise that a business has a particular legal personality, but for some reason it was hard to see a river having the same sort of rights and privileges. So what we see here is that the river is a living and indivisible whole, comprising not only of the main stem of the river, the Wanganui River, but also all the other tributaries from the mountains to the sea, including all of its physical and metaphysical elements as well. Most people will acknowledge that our Indigenous peoples have a long history and association with Te Ao Wairua, with the spiritual world, and this particular settlement acknowledges that too. So we've got legal personality, but actually from a tribal perspective, the greatest thing with regard to the settlement are the intrinsic values, the Indigenous values that underpin the entire settlement and also underpin any decision-making regarding this particular river system. And there are only 4. The first intrinsic value is that the river is the source of spiritual and physical sustenance. And this morning's session, we heard about water being the source. And of course, here we have it as our very first intrinsic value that is recognized at law. The second intrinsic value is that the river is an indivisible and living whole, including physical and metaphysical elements. For far too long, decisions regarding our river system have been made in part by various local authorities that tend to look after different parts of the river rather than thinking about the impact of a decision on the entire river system. The third intrinsic value is that people have an inalienable connection with and a responsibility to this river. So what we say is that when the river is well, we are well as a people. If the river is ill, we are sick. And so any sort of work on the river has to also understand that connection with us, the people. And when I say people, I'm saying the entire community, not just the Indigenous people of this particular river system. Finally, the fourth intrinsic value is looking at how all the elements and communities that have an interest in this particular river system can work together for a common purpose. What is the common purpose? Restoration of the health and well-being of the river and our people. Another mechanism within our settlement is this idea of te Tupua, the human face and voice of the river. So we have one role which is held by 2 people, and they act on behalf and in the interest of the river itself. It's a very interesting role. One of the positions is appointed by our tribal people. The other role is a crown appointment. However, the tribal people must also agree to that appointment. And what we've seen is that their particular focus should be not only on speaking and acting on behalf of the river, but ensuring that its status and the status of the Indigenous and innate values are upheld. A strategy group was also formed and established under this particular settlement. It consists of 17 persons representing tribal interests, local authorities, as well as national governments, as well as others that have an interest in this particular river system. It's deemed a joint committee of local authorities and provides that sort of forum for discussions around the river to be had. Their big job is to develop, monitor, and implement a strategy for the river system. And that's the next sort of mechanism, is that one of them has to, this particular strategy has to be developed. It has to be focused on the environmental, cultural, social, and economic health and well-being of the river, and identify not only the issues, but provide strategies and recommended actions as well. Another sort of part of the settlement is the vesting of Crown-owned land. So where it is found that particular parts of our river are within Crown ownership, then that ownership function moves and becomes exercised by te Tupua, which is that human face and voice for the river. There's also a contestable fund that is managed by the human face and voice of the river to support those initiatives that advance the health and well-being of Te Awa Tupua. So those are all the sort of river-related functions within our settlement, but also we have a number of other functions which come under te mano tiwi, which is the power and the prestige of the people. Those are very briefly outlined in this slide. One is that acknowledgement of our connection to the river as tribal nations, and the apology from the Crown for not doing their part in helping to uphold and to do the things that are in the interests of the river. recognizing an ongoing Crown and tribal nations relationship and making sure that that is in place, and that's a work in progress. The next one, of course, is the framework, which I've just worked through. Also our standing, so that the saying is, "Quo te awa ko te awa quo," I am the river and the river is me. So ensuring that our tribal nation as Whanganui iwi is always recognised within the work that has to be done to restore its health and well-being. There were some other customary and cultural redress within this particular part of the settlement, as well as provision for governance arrangements. And I also sit on the governance board for our settlement trust, and some aspects around its implementation and other settlement matters. So what have we been doing since 2014? Well, in 2017, it took 3 years for the settlement to become law, to work through our parliamentary process. And right up until today, there's been a whole lot of work working on that strategy group, working on the strategy itself, but also I think more proudly, we're seeing some of the things happening at that family and extended family level. So within our tribal nations, we have these things called hapu, which are our sub-tribes or extended families. And then we also have our whānau, our more sort of immediate families. And the work that's happening there is actually quite exciting. And within our settlement trust, our job is to ensure that they feel well supported to do the work that they want to do, such as river monitoring and reconnecting our people to different parts of the river that are no longer resided upon by our people, thinking about succession and bringing our young people through, sharing some of our learnings with other people, not only in our own country, but around the world, and trying to build momentum around the different work streams that have to occur to ensure that this particular river system and that our Indigenous and innate values are recognised and become living values. So just some concluding comments. One, having to understand tupu te kawa, those Indigenous and innate values, is an ongoing piece of work, particularly with our non-Māori community. And some are definitely starting to appreciate and understand that not only are these values, embedded within the law of our country, but they're actually really important for all of us to live by. The next is the understanding that we have a presence as Indigenous peoples within our river system, that we've lived there for a very, very long time, that we sprang from the river itself, and that because of that, you can't separate the people from the river and the river from the people. What does the settlement do? It provides for the social, political, economic and educational advancement of our people, but also the entire community. And we understand too, though, that there is a whole lot of work that needs to happen. We need to think about the way that we streamline planning and decision-making processes. But at the end of the day, the health and well-being of the river and the people is something that we all need to be cognizant of and working towards. Thank you.
Every time I hear that story, I feel so inspired that same, those values and principles and practices can be applied in other places as well. So thank you so much for coming all this way up from Aotearoa to share that story with us. So one of the things I would like to just quickly comment on is the connection between language and culture to health and well-being, and also what you were saying about I am the river and the river is me, and the health of the river is directly related to our own health. In terms of support for language and culture, I think we can all play a role to enhance the continuation of the work that's being done by Indigenous peoples on language and cultural education. And that's going to be something that's going to be of benefit to all of us. So there was a question that came up what that would be good to pose to the panel. And I'd like to ask each panel member to respond to the following question. What do you think the next step should be?
I'll start. I shouldn't have picked it up. Sorry, the first step after this. I believe having Indigenous voices there, elders and youth, taking away the barriers of those who can't access it, making it accessible to everyone, whoever they identify as, wherever they are in their life, who are from community, having their voices there, having it in a safe space where everyone can be heard, and also having the people who have, I don't want to say the power, but who have the means to do the work currently, be open and receptive to the voices of those Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Inuit, Métis, anywhere in the world whose traditional lands that are unceded have that voice and have their plans, their subtech, their laws heard and not heard and integrated, but heard and accepted and held as truths for how we go forward in sustainable practices for the land.
The short answer is I don't know. The longer answer is I feel that the value of Indigenous water ethics and water ethics in other forms is to help to make the turn or the pivot into real genuine sustainability and respect. And I think, the world of water is already pretty sophisticated. There's a lot about water values now, which didn't exist. We're not recognized, say, 2 decades ago or even 1 decade ago. And but that's not enough. I mean, we haven't made a transformation, we in the water world. And there's less room. We talk about hardening demand in urban water supply, that you have to be careful about emphasizing water conservation measures too strongly, because once people start conserving water and investing in low flow toilets,
How short is too short,
turning off
Nagai?
the tap,
Nothing's too short, Nagai,
recycling their
baby.
water, then it's hard to make new improvements.
How tall are you?
5'3".
You no longer have that
How tall do you think
cushion
I am?
6 foot,
of
6'1".
when there's a drought. You can say, well, just irrigate
Is this,
your
real
garden
or
every 2 weeks, because they're already
imaginary?
doing it every 2 weeks.
Real, but you're the
So
man of my
I think
dreams. So I don't know anymore.
we still are emphasizing in the kind of water world. I'm thinking of the UN, the people sitting in the UN right now, attached to this water conference, that they're already doing the kind of easy things to do, and sometimes not so easy, to recycling, conservation, even switching out water using crops to more dry land or drought resistant crops, so they don't have to use as much water for irrigation. And still it's not enough. And what I think the subtext of our discussions today about Indigenous water ethics is that we need to think differently about water, and the way we need to think differently is very similar to the way Indigenous people tend to think about water. And that's kind of what there's a role model for us. And I'm not sure how far we would get by adopting just, we'll think differently without having the spiritual underpinning. So maybe that's a question. Maybe we need to have a kind of a religion of water, or treat water as a spirit, which is what just about every Indigenous person seems to be doing. But I think we need to kind of somehow stake out a position of maybe that sounds like politicizing water, which is already politicized. So I'm not going to answer it more than that because I don't have a clear sense, but I think we need to be able to contribute to the quest. I mean, we water professionals, I think, are starting to ask the right questions, but I don't sense that they have. I sense they're still reluctant to really shift all the way into a new paradigm.
Okay. I think from our experience, is, yep, I don't know if it's resistance, but we're still getting local government, central government. It's taking them a long time to understand the innate values and just to, get on with the job. So my message to them would be, get on board or get out of the way, because our people know what needs to be done and we're just going to get on and do it anyway, with or without you. That's me. You've seen 1880s, was when our sort of dialogue started. And I think we're a generation who aren't as patient as maybe my grandparents and great-grandparents who were in it for the long run. I'm not saying we're not in it for the long run, but we want to see things move a lot faster. And so we're just getting on doing what we can do at a local level. We have our leaders who are engaging at the various levels of leadership within our country and within our region. But we had a symposium just before I came on Friday. We had a symposium on the river where we gathered different ones from the river to come and talk about the initiatives that are happening, on the ground. And it was an amazing symposium. And there were some who are also working for the government who were there. And I'm pretty sure that they sort of felt the surge that's happening on the ground and is going to continue to happen. Not that we needed the settlement to give us permission to do the work that we do, but what it should be doing is supporting and enhancing our efforts to restore the health and well-being of not only our river, but also our people. Thank you.
Ditto to everyone's. When I think about it, it always for me comes back to relationship. And when you think about the way the water flows, and, it's not just on the surface, it's also, the aquifers, underneath the earth. And to me, that kind of symbolizes like the inside work that you need to recognize that you need to do and how you relate to the things that are around you. And I always think relationship to self, that there's a, and I don't remember which elder or who I heard it from, but I always pick up these little pieces of wisdom, and it's like you first need to connect with your own spirit, and when you're speaking or you're connected to the heart, and you can feel that truth. And there's this place where through our stories and through our experience and the way we passed on our traditional knowledge, you know, our laws on the land or our laws around water didn't need an outside force because it was in here. So when you were walking out on the land, you didn't need somebody looking over your shoulder going, hey, that's, you shouldn't be doing that. It was innate. It was, you know, through the way we related to each other and the way we talked about our relationship to everything around us. And you look at how the water connects the whole world, you know, and that's what I see as the next step, is that relationship to each other. And like, no matter, you know, where you were born, we all have a connection to where we're at. And we all have a connection to the water and the lands that we were born in. And, you know, and I encourage you to really explore that and really take it into your heart. And like, and that's where the guidance comes in too. You know, when you're really connected here, you can hear and have those visions and the messages be sent to you by your own ancestors of how to go forward, you know, like, and you can see it if you're paying attention. That's the other thing, you know, if you're paying attention to everything that's happening around you, you can have the communication, you know, that nonverbal communication from everything that you see. You know, if you go sit by a river, you know, how does the river flow? You know, what are the animals that are around? And, you know, and I remember another elder also saying, we knew when we needed to let the land rest, or, you know, something in that manner, was because there was a lack of birds. If there were no birds in that area, we knew not to go back to that place until it has rested. And so we would travel throughout our traditional territory with that practice, you know, and I always think about my community was in treaty negotiations, and the federal government was like, okay, well, you have to prove that you use the land consistently from 1846 to present day. But how can you do that when your culture is all about leaving the land better than you found it, leaving no trace that you've been there, that euhominum, that stewardship, the way you take care of the land, and the land will take care of you. If you discard that relationship, then, you know, you destroy the land, you'll ultimately destroy yourself. And so, nothing's coming in anymore, so I'm going to leave it there. Jokes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tamara. I really, really appreciate that that insight. I will take a slightly different focus on what the next steps have to be. We have to support frontline Indigenous struggles, defending land and territory and waterways where the fights are happening. We have to commit to that support, which is material, which requires sacrifice, which requires confronting powerful interests where the operations occur and where the capital flows from. Fact remains that notwithstanding discussions at the intergovernmental level, notwithstanding regulations, waterways and other environments continue to be degraded. And Indigenous communities continue to stand upon their ethical principles to defend their territories. In many cases, Indigenous resistance is more effective when direct action happens in the location of the operations than through other means. I invite everyone to have a look at the report by the Indigenous Environmental Network on Indigenous Peoples Against Carbon, demonstrating that Indigenous resistance has stopped or delayed greenhouse gas pollution equivalent to at least 1/4 of annual US and Canadian emissions. That's direct resistance, more effective mitigation than has been achieved through legislation or policy. I'll add as well, I have some notes. To understand that if we're going to engage with Indigenous ethics and Indigenous knowledge, that first and foremost, this knowledge systems and ethical values have the principal role of ensuring governance and self-determination for Indigenous peoples themselves. And I say this because so often any approach to indigenous ethical systems and knowledge systems by actors who belong to the dominant society leads to forms of appropriation in which there's selective inclusion of elements of those knowledge and ethical systems within dominant institutions without challenging the principles that underpin those dominant institutions, which leads me to the next point. When engaging with systems like the United Nations, we're talking about systems based on the governance of nation states. Nation states are based on an ethical system that is rooted on the dominion of nature. Those institutions are whole, based on a view of the world that contradicts indigenous ethics. So on principle, those institutions need to be strategically engaged, always vigilant of the many ways in which they can appropriate indigenous knowledges in adverse manner. I'll leave it at that.
Well, it sounds like we're really calling for change on many different levels. I think the first place to start, like Tamara said, is really starting with the self and understanding who we are, where we come from, and what is our relationship with the natural world. And also, by virtue of that, what is our relationship with all of the plants and animals and the rivers and the lakes, and understanding what springs we come from originally. And also systemic change, like making change in terms of policies that are destructive to Mother Earth. And I really have a lot of hope in our Indigenous lawyers, like Bev, and just the fact that, that's being taught in universities, that the Indigenous law, how important that is, because unless we are rooted in our own Indigenous laws, and the education that springs from that cultural and linguistic education, then we can have a healthy future for all of us. So I really want to say thank you to everybody. Do we have time for a couple questions? I don't know what the timing is like, but yes? Okay, well, I'd like to invite maybe 2 questions. And again, like Tom had asked this morning, to be very specific, and you can direct it at any one of the panel members. So.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for speaking today. I really appreciate it. My name is Van. I'm a student here at the EPSM program. My question is, how does water ethics, or the work that you're doing, addresses this desertification? More specifically, does it, do any of your work sort of pay attention to the loss and the breaking of relationships between Indigenous people and water because of desertification and climate change? Yeah. I'm sorry if that's a loaded question.
That's a lot of different elements.
Yeah, sorry. Feel free to address her.
I wish Mona was still here, because she comes from, a desert area, and you do too. But I think it is being addressed through, the recovery of those traditional practices. Also through, for example, with climate change, I saw within Secwepemulu, and also in Clayton Coteen in British Columbia, they implemented traditional practices to address climate change by controlled burns. And one of the policies in British Columbia is to ban controlled burns. So that really needs to be changed, because the Indigenous peoples of the land know what needs to be done in terms of to be able to protect the land, to stop these wildfires from burning. They know exactly, the strategies that need to be taken. And that's why I think it's really important that no matter where we are, that we recognize the protocols of the place. Every nation is different and has different protocols, because their language, the geography, the land, the waters, they're all unique and different and specific to that culture. So no matter where I move, I always want to pay respect to the people of the place. And I think that the knowledge keepers of each place carry the solutions. that answers, that's the best I can do anyway. Is there any other questions? Thank you for that one.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Nahulakeo Kalani. I'm Kanaka Maoli. I'm from Hawaii. I loved your presentation, by the way. I've also heard of that program and I love the work that they do. And my question was, how can Native youth, especially Native youth who are victims of diaspora, better participate and take steps into water ethics and like joining this sort of movement?
Kia ora. I can probably start off. Yeah, I've been involved with a program back home, which is, okay, it all just started because we wanted to teach our kids how to fish the ways that our ancestors fished. Then it ended up like snowballing because you can't teach them how to fish unless you teach them their relationship, their genealogical relationship to the places where we fish. So teaching them their genealogy from their ancestor down to them, and that gives them their right to go fishing. And then you start getting into things like, okay, before you even take a fish, what are some of the protocols around that? And then before we even get there, if we do take a fish, because we always give our first ones back to one of our atua, our akua, maru, what are the other things we have to do around the environment so that there will be fish for tomorrow? And so if we're going to take this fish, how much riparian planting do we need to do? What are some of the things we need to do within the water, like our freshwater mussel, which is helps to clean the waters? How do we restore that population in this area? You know, so there's all these, it became quite a big job, actually. That's what I'm getting to. But we were able to, you know, not only work with our kids that live at home, but some of those that live away, because they didn't have that same sort of connection to home. And so we're always thinking of ways to get our people home. But as part of that, they need to understand that the ways of home trump everything they've ever learned in life. So they have to humble themselves because, yes, some of our older kids who've gone on to university study and all the rest, they have a skill set, but it's not always the skill set we need at home. And they're not always thinking like they should when they're at home. So there's a whole, I think it's a multi-layered sort of thing. But just opening the door so that they can get home is probably the first step. And then it's this ongoing education around what it means to be from our particular sub-tribal community and the values, the behaviors, the protocols that you will live by when you're with us. And so that's something that we're still working on. I think we're at year 4 at the moment. A lot of people want to be involved, but our first thing is how committed are you? And number 2, how open are you to sometimes unlearn the things that you've held to be important in your life, but actually mean diddly squat at home. So there's a whole lot of things, but that's sort of the experience. And yeah, I think we've got some kids that are ready to take over the world. But it all started just with the idea of teaching them how to fish. And it's led to greater things. They're quite confident to get up in forums like this to give a presentation now, which is good. But also they're open to learning new ways. And as Darlene said, whenever we go somewhere, we learn the ways of those places. And so one of the sayings that they're taught is, yes, we have our protocols, which are our protocols at home. But when you go away, what you take with you is not your protocols, but your old people. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay. So when I think about that question, it kind of, for me, it's like, again, kind of providing that space. And then I always think of, one of our cookbee, one of our chiefs, he had said, it's so important that we remind them, when you think about the history of the United States and Canada. And down here in the States, they call them the boarding schools. And in Canada, we call them residential schools. And when I think about that in that intergenerational trauma piece, I'm first generation in my family not to go. My mother is a survivor of the St. Joseph's Mission residential school outside of Williams Lake. And I look at that for us, like in our community, and it may be different, but I'm guessing probably not in terms of colonization, but it's that piece of understanding what that is. And for me, I feel like I'm the bridge between the generation that were in those schools, because I think about my mom and how she and her relationship to us as her children. You know, there was no nurturing, and that was what the intent of those schools was if we hold your children, then you will not stand up against the taking of your lands. And so when you look at that and then the residual effects of those, and I think about that of not having that love that I wanted from my mother, but then moving forward and healing as a family and really having that bonding connection as family, and how we were able to, like I said, you know, it's self, family, and then community, those relationships, and what does that look like? And reminding, you know, giving that space to the youth and reminding them, you know, we had a governing system here. It was recognized. You are connected to your ancestry, and we were doctors, we were architects. Remember that. We were the scientists. We had a whole civilization, a whole governing system prior to contact, and then also bringing it forward to understanding that interruption in our culture and what that looks like. And for me, you know, talking about that of like, yeah, they'll say intergenerational trauma, but do they really teach you what that looks like in relationship to each other? And for me, it was like having a mother who was very angry, and then I was very angry growing up, and then how her reaction to situations didn't match what was actually going on. And you know, and this is no disrespect to my mother. We've talked about it and laughed about it. But you know, in connecting it to my story, she had bought a bunch of strawberries, which were supposed to be for dessert. And there's 5 of us in our family, and all 5 of us children were like, oh, I'm just going to take 2. But by the time dinner came around, I think there was only 3 strawberries in the bowl, and she lost it. And so that's how it shows up in the everyday, in the way we relate to each other, and to really have the next generation understand that, like, you know, there are things that our parents or our grandparents have experienced. And yes, it was traumatic, but we also carry the answer to that within us because of our ancestry, you know, intergenerational trauma, but there's also intergenerational healing and intergenerational knowledge to that, and to provide that space. And when we were discussing our Knowledge Builders program and standing up that next generation of leadership, it was like, what were we looking for at that age? What did we want? And for me, a lot of, you know, my first work experience in my community was pumping gas. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to be a gas attendant. But, you know, offering those opportunities and really sharing our traditional knowledge and the way we carry ourselves, and being that model of this is what it can look like, and changing how we relate to each other within even our own organizations or our own communities, because what came out of that was, you know, the lateral violence. And now, you know, if we want it to change, we have to be a model for that change as well, and really look at how are we going to relate in our organizations and stand each other up and ensure that we're passing on that knowledge. Thank you.
I want to amend my first suggestion. It seems to me that one of the challenges of water ethics as a practice is that it encompasses the whole kit and caboodle, the whole thing, and it needs to be focused on more narrower boundaries. So I think the ethics of water use in agriculture, that's a great one. That's 70% of the world's water, fresh water, right there. Or the role of water in urban life, and how can it be how can it become sustainable? And then you're dealing with, you can imagine projects. There are lots of best practices. There's a lot of energy. People that don't use the word ethics it doesn't matter. They're working on ethical issues in the conservation field. And the indigenous roles in biodiversity conservation is a huge opportunity, which is changing quite rapidly ever since the Montreal COP in November. So there are things to do, but my first reaction is to throw up my hands and say it's too much, too big. No one's going to change their behavior based on that. But I think taking bite-sized chunks out of the monster is what we need to do.
Thank you, Dave. Does anybody have any final comments? Okay, I think it's time now that we close, and I just really want to give my heartfelt thanks to the panel, the organizers, the people of this land, and each and every one of you here that's come and given your time and attention to us. And Tom had said that if you have any comments or suggestions or questions, to feel free to email. I think it's info@ienearth.org. So please feel free to keep in touch. I would love to hear from you. And on behalf of myself, the co-secretariat of the Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace, and the Indigenous Environmental Network, just want to say thank you to everybody. Akusani.